working. Her 95th birthday was just 4 days away.
And of course, we never really saw her get over the death of her husband.
A year later, 96 years old, a platinum jubilee for 70 years on the throne. The Queen recognized on Britain's monuments as a monument herself.
I think for a lot of people, the Queen represented everything that was good about her generation. People for whom duty and service and respect and hard work were the most important things. That's how the Queen will be remembered. And the future does rest on Prince William, Kate, and Prince George. That is where the younger generation will focus their attention. Whether you love the monarchy, whether you're ambivalent about it, whether you really hate the idea that there could be a monarchy in the 21st century, a lot of people in this country absolutely loved the Queen. She was the most popular member of the family for decades.
The face of the monarchy has changed forever, and for Charles, the world is on his shoulders now.
She was a princess who never expected to rule. A mother steady when her family was unsettled. A symbol, distant, dutiful, doing what she promised to do more than 70 years before.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
She set an incredible example to me, to others to follow. Her leadership, her duty, her sacrifice, her selflessness, her love of country, I think they really, really shine through. And I think regardless of whether she was the Queen or not, I think everyone and anyone who's committed themselves to public life like this or has dedicated themselves to duty, I think they deserve a massive pat on the back and a recognition towards it. That example, if people took just a tiny bit of it away in their own lives, you know, I think the world would be a better place.
As Queen Elizabeth II takes her place in history, a country loses its queen, and her family loses even more.
We're very lucky that not only do we get to think about her as an incredible queen and an incredible leader, but also as an incredible grandmother.
When we come back, a tribute from her grandchildren.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
Here at the White House.
Destructive.
Cat 4 storm.
Here along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go. We made it.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Bring them on.
If only there was a place in the morning to start my day. With a smile, somewhere to help me get in the know. A place as spectacular as, well, me.
I think we might know a place, right, guys?
Bring your friends. Oh, wait, there is.
Good morning, America.
GMA, 7A, every day. Boom, boom, boom. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Robin. Good morning, America. How are you?
Boom. Now that's how you start your day, people.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
Next week, witnessing history. The world celebrates the...
And for us, I think, to watch
through those corridors, so many political figures.
Salmond as well.
And I think it was a reminder, wasn't it, of the Queen's remarkable reign and the decades that it's covered. Seeing all those familiar faces, some more recent than others when it comes to their political careers, but also to see 6 of her prime ministers there in the front row watching as the new king made that proclamation, a reminder of the longevity of her reign and now the fact that her son is taking on that responsibility.
Also a reminder, I know we don't have cameras on this, but also a reminder of the cessation, the suspension of political hostilities. Theresa May and Ian Blackford, the leader of the SNP in Westminster, having a bit of a chat there. Can almost say a tender chat. You can see Gordon Brown, former Prime Minister. Oh, there's former leader of the Conservatives, former Foreign Secretary William Hague as well. And that's just a few of these politicians who, as you say, Rhiannon, have gathered out here to mingle with the crowds, to take in, and it's an overused phrase, but this really is this moment in history.
Yes, some decided to leave earlier, but I think a number of them have decided to want to stop and pause. And I think, like so many across the country, maybe spend a bit of time reflecting on their own memories of meeting the Queen. One thing that certainly will unite many of them. But what was also fascinating today was the Privy Council, members that we see waiting out here now, is this body that we're often reminded of how important it is to the monarch, the sovereign. They're this body of advisors. But never have we seen that gathering filmed before. We've never been able to witness it. And yet we now saw the new king actually conducting the business of state. Penny Mordaunt saying certain things, and then the new king saying approved. And that gives us a new insight into monarchy, brings it into the 21st century, and at a time when people will, I think, feel, some people bemused by the fact that this has all happened so quickly, the death of a much-loved monarch, and already we have fanfare about a new sovereign. Opening the doors, letting people in, hopefully will explain the process a bit better.
And Rhiannon, just on practical matters, we got some new information, didn't we, during the course of that process, about the funeral, that it will be a bank holiday.
Yes, so we now know that the King has approved an order declaring that we will all have a bank holiday on the day of the funeral. When is that day? We don't know at the moment, but...
Do we know when we will be told, when that will be decided?
So we're anticipating that we're going to have the first briefing in terms of what we can expect over the coming days and potentially the date of that funeral later this afternoon. So hopefully by this evening we will know when that bank holiday is going to be and a few more details about what is to come over the next days or so.
Well, let's rejoin Alistair Bruce, our royal commentator. And Alistair, we're, 4 or 5 minutes away from this moment in history for the first time since 1952, when we are going to hear the reading of the proclamation of a new monarch.
As you speak, the state trumpeters coming out onto the balcony here above Friary Court. And the intention of this event is to speak to a nation, a Commonwealth in mourning, and to raise the heads of that nation to celebrate that there is a new monarch. From the window onto this balcony will come the pursuivants, heralds, and kings of arms of the College of Arms. Also the sergeants at arms. heralds wearing the tabards, which show the coat of arms of the king. Kings of arms wearing white plumes on their cocked hats, and also with them will come the Earl Marshal, the Duke of Norfolk. They will spread across the balcony. And here comes the Garter King of Arms, David White, who with the Earl Marshal beside him holds the proclamation.
Have we had the trumpets?
Waiting for the moment of 11 o'clock when the guns will start to fire to mark the announcement that the King has given instruction to be read out, that the Queen has died and approved by the Privy Council. He has now been identified and confirmed as the rightful new king. From the principal palace of the monarchy here at St. James's, the principal proclamation will be made at the moment 11 o'clock strikes, and they'll be watched by the new king, by the Queen Consort, the Prince of Wales, and waiting down below, the King's Guard, number 7 Company, 2nd Battalion Coldstream Guards, who will later present arms to celebrate the new king, and then we'll give 3 cheers to His Majesty. The principal proclamation of King Charles III.
Whereas it has pleased Almighty God to call to His mercy our late Sovereign Lady, Queen Elizabeth II, of blessed and glorious memory, by whose decease the crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is solely and rightfully come to the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George. We, therefore, the Lords Spiritual and Temporal of this realm, and members of the House of Commons, together with other members of Her late Majesty's Privy Council, and representatives of the realms and territories, aldermen and citizens of London and others, do now hereby, with one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III. By the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of his other realms and territories, King, head of the Commonwealth, defender of the faith, to whom we do acknowledge all faith and obedience with humble affection, beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless His Majesty with long and happy years to reign over us. given at St. James's Palace this 10th day of September in the year of our Lord, 2022.
The captain of the King's Guard will now order the troops to present arms, and the colour will be lowered. And then God Save the King.
God save the King!
To a great cheer, the captain of the guard brings the troops out of the present, and they will now ground their arms, place their rifles on the ground and prepare to give 3 cheers. They kneel down, place their rifles and return. So with joy, wherever you are, if you wish, join in with 3 cheers for the new king.
3 cheers for His Majesty the King! Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray!
Captain of the King's Guard will now start replacing of headdress, the recovery of the arms, and Garter King of Arms, the Kings of Arms, the Heralds Pursuivants of the College of Arms will then, along with the Heralds Extraordinary, leave from the balcony. And the principal proclamation of the new reign is done. We wait to find out the date of the state funeral of the late Queen, which will be announced later, but the nation in mourning has raised its head and will, in the proclamations that take place across the United Kingdom, I see in Edinburgh, the guns are firing in salute to the proclamation having been made, and having completed that gun salute, they fall out as the heralds and kings return into St. James's Palace. The state trumpeters, the last to leave from the balcony. Meanwhile, the Coldstream Guards, who form the King's Guard at the moment on the royal palaces, who have turned out for this moment, form back into position. The Coldstream Guards band, who played for the first formal playing of the national anthem, To God Save the King, and they prepare to march. They're saluting the colour of the parade ground here in Flowery Court. The colour which has been carried and lowered in salute was also adorned with 2 black mourning bands and also a wreath to mark that this is the anniversary of a battle honour for the King's Guard. City of London, because they fire 62 guns, 20 for the City of London, 21 for the Tower, and an extra 20 because it's a royal fortress. And the Honourable Artillery, the oldest regiment in the British Army there, firing the remnant of those shots from the gun salute as the King's Guard return to their duties, protecting Buckingham Palace and St James's Palace. And in Hyde Park too, the King's Troop, Royal Horse Artillery, continue to fire. So when King George VI changed the name of the King's Troop, it had been the Riding Troop. On the Queen's accession, she wanted to respect her father by keeping the name the King's Troop throughout her reign. And now, of course, the title makes sense with the new king. Coldstream Guards Band return to the guardroom here at St James's Palace.
Number 2! Number 2! Fire! Fire! Number 1! Load! Carter! Number 3! 3! Fire! Carter!
And Alistair, as the ceremonial here at St James's Palace comes to an end, we have just seen, I suppose, the full pomp and circumstance of the British state, and something we're going to see much more of during the course of this momentous week, momentous 10 days.
It's going to be very moving because the Queen having died, there is personal views about that all across the nation and around the world. But the ceremonial which is being prepared for her state funeral, whenever that is ultimately announced to be, will demonstrate the very best of what can be done to reflect upon a great reign well lived and well served. But we will see much more, as you say, in the coming months as we build up to the coronation of His Majesty the King at Westminster Abbey, a ceremony which is pretty much unchanged since the Archbishop St Dunstan crowned Edgar the Peaceable in the year 973. And the idea that it is the last coronation that still takes place in the Western world is a sign of how traditions evolve and the foundation stone of what people are used to continue. And it doesn't prevent the political process, modernization and everything else from taking place, but it
was made. And Rhiannon, I mean, it was quite something, wasn't it? It almost transported you way back to medieval times, when that was the way you found out who the new monarch was.
We really had a front row seat to what I think was an example of ancient pageantry, but really observed through all of the lenses that have developed and evolved throughout Queen Elizabeth's reign. And we saw people, and people are still here now, with their mobile phones, making sure that they were able to witness this moment. But also what was very striking for me was, for 7 decades, we have become accustomed to that resounding sound of God Save the Queen. And today we witnessed a crowd singing "God Save the King." I think I can step aside because I believe that Keir Starmer is here,
indeed.
and he was there in the Privy Council, so I will step to one side for you.
Keir, very good to see you. And just tell us what you made of that experience. I mean, a unique experience for us all.
Unique, a real moment in history. And, you know, as one era ends, so another begins. And, you know, it's been mixed emotions, I think, across the whole country because there's been outpouring of grief at the loss of Queen Elizabeth II, that constant that's been in all of our lives. For 90% of the population, she's been the only queen, our queen, for all those years. And here, God Save the King. And the proclamation. It's hard to get used to, isn't it? And that singing of the national anthem. The national anthem last night in St. Paul's. The words in your head, don't you? Yes. And that is the ending of one era and the beginning of another. But it is a time when the whole nation can actually come together, and you can feel that, as I say, outpouring of grief across the nation, all ages, all across the country, across the world, and then this sense of the next chapter, the next part of our history, and God Save the King.
And what did you make taking in King Charles's statement address to the nation last night, and what we heard today about this strange mix that I suppose we, the public, impose upon our monarch? There he is grieving personally as a son along with his family, yet he's assuming this monumental role. I thought it was a fantastic speech he made last night. It must be so difficult to grieve your mother and have this heavy public responsibility both at the same time. And there is that personal element. I know from experience how hard it is to lose a mother, and that's the human emotion that he's going through, and at the same time this huge public responsibility. But I thought it was a fantastic speech, very humble speech last night, and I think everybody listening to that will feel heartened in what is quite an uncertain time. And on that family element of it, it was good to see the new Prince of Wales, yes, William there, and the Queen Consort Camilla standing beside the throne as the King took his oath and made then his statements, more or less a statement of intent. You could almost see the King taking strength from that, having comfort in their being there by his side. It was a real moment. And were you one of the Privy Councillors who came outside to watch, or did you remain inside? Because I was outside just over here. I mean, it was quite something, wasn't it? You know, this mingling, you know, journalists, politicians, members of the public. You've got Privy Councillors, you've got the royal family, you've got members of the public, and you know, a real moment in history. And you know, I think, you know, just look at the faces, look at the number of people who are here to come and witness a part of this. And of course the military, the Coldstream Guards, but they were a little bit busy, I suppose. And I think what has struck us watching the House of Commons yesterday, and I know there's another session today, is the suspension of hostilities. Yes. I mean, it is quite something, and to see you all mingling as you went in, chatting across party divides, because it's something that brings us all together. It really does bring us all together, and often the behaviour in the House of Commons is not the best, but then on occasions like this, we come together. And yesterday, when the tributes were being made by various members of the House of Commons and the House of Lords, there was a real sense of the House coming together for this moment, and some fantastic tributes as well. But just your thoughts on that, because, you know, people are worried. We've had a week like no other in that we've had a change of our head of state and a change of our Prime Minister within 2 days. Yes. We really are in this moment of transition at a moment of deep, particularly economic danger. Yes, the circumstances, we've got conflict in Ukraine, obviously that's a constant worry. We've got domestic issues, you know, the cost of living is worrying so many people as we go into the winter. You've got the NHS really struggling now, so you've got all those external factors, and then you have the uncertainty of this week where there's a new Prime Minister, and now we have a King proclaimed a moment ago. So there is uncertainty. And what Her Majesty II, I think, gave us above all else was that constant, that whatever the ups and downs, whatever was happening in the world, here was somebody with wisdom who'd seen most of it all before, and that everybody could look to as a sort of North Star. And that has meant, I think, this week has been about grief, but
uncertainty about the future. And I think it's on all of us now to provide the leadership to take us forward, to move on from the Elizabethan era and take us next to the next chapter of our
King
history.
Charles doing a very good job to give that sense of continuity right now.
Yes, he is. And I mean, he's, been a public servant all his life and done so much already, but now he takes on that heavier responsibility.
And Sir Keir, do you know when you'll have your first meeting? Have you had your first meeting?
No, I'm going to have it this afternoon at 3 o'clock, so okay. I'm very much looking forward to that.
So a busy day for you as well, and in the Commons as well?
I'm about to go to the Commons and get re-sworn in with a new oath to the King, and then later on this afternoon I will have an audience with His Majesty.
Sir Keir Starmer, thank you very much indeed for joining us on this historic day, quite something for us all to witness.
Thank you.
Leader of the opposition there, leader of the Labour Party, Sir Keir Starmer. And as Sir Keir was telling us, it was that striking thing about this accession ceremony has been just the mixing down here of the general public, the politicians. You can see a former Archbishop of Canterbury just over my shoulder as well. And the fact that it's a harking back to a historic ceremony that has been taking place for hundreds, well over 1,000 years in actual fact. And this is some of the more ramifications of that we are going to see. We're taking a picture there on the right-hand side of your screen of the City of London. That proclamation that we heard read out on the balcony of Flowery Court here at St James's Palace is just the first time it's read out. It's now disseminated throughout the realm, initially throughout the capital, in the City of London, also at what's deemed to be the centre of London, at the King Charles statue. That's entirely coincidental. In Charing Cross, it's just seen as the geographic centre of the capital, and then the proclamation will also be read out in the capitals of the nations and regions and in other locations as well. And Alistair Bruce can tell us more about what's about to happen.
Yes, we're going to see very much what we have already witnessed repeated at the Royal Exchange, which is at the heart of the City of London. And the city plays a very important part in the history of the nation, because kings might have had the power, but the City of London was where trading was done, and nobody has much power if they don't have the wealth of a nation to support it. And whatever the history of the City of London has been, particularly in more recent times, it still holds a place and a series of separate privileges. And one of them is that they should be informed of any major change to the crown. And in consequence, through history, the King's Herald, or in this case, the Clemenceau King of Arms, will come here to the Royal Exchange and will announce precisely what we've just heard. And all over the United Kingdom, we'll see repeats of the proclamation that was read out by Garter King of Arms from St James's Palace. So there you are in the centre of the City of London. It is some time before it starts. It will be at exactly noon. And of course, we saw Clemenceau King of Arms with others of the heralds on the balcony of Flowery Court, so they need to come here. And you'll see representatives of all the livery companies, all the commoners of the Parliament, as it were, of the city. It's divided into two houses: the House of Aldermen, who are like the Lords, and the House of Commoners, who are, as it were, the representatives of those who have voted for them into the city's own parliament. It's a sort of reflection of the greater United Kingdom Parliament, but at city level. And the Lord Mayor of London, who is elected every year, is the head for a year of the city and takes precedence immediately after the King. So the Lord Mayor will be here, and all those around him, the aldermen and commoners, who will gather on those steps, and Clemenceau King of Arms will read out precisely what we've just heard, and we'll get another 3 cheers.
Alistair, thank you very much indeed. I want to talk now to some of the esteemed attendees at this accession council. So many recognisable faces, and this is one, of course, you will recognise, former Archbishop of Canterbury, Rowan Williams joins me now. Very good to see you, Your Grace. Just give us your sense of what we've all just witnessed, and you were privileged enough, of course, to be inside the palace.
It's not very often, but this cliche about knowing you're making history really makes sense. But there was that sense of a deep continuity being affirmed, something about where we've all come from together. And also the shape of the ceremony is one which tells you this is a country with a monarchy which depends on the consent of the people. It's not an absolutist monarchy, it's not a tyranny. It's a system where, as we saw, the council says, we recognise this has happened, we give our assent. And that's an important element of how we approach monarchy here, I'd say.
And tell me what you made of King Charles's speeches. Well, the oath, he has to take the oath. The personal declaration, though, it is what it says. It's very personal, paying tribute, of course, to the qualities that his mother instilled into him, but also a sign of his intent for the future.
I think so. We heard a very personal statement, as you say, a statement which recognises his debt to, if you like, watching how it's done, the sort of masterclass that we've had in the last 70+ years from his mother. He knows how to do it. He's seen how it's done. And I think he has a real commitment to doing it like that, to being a focus of intelligent consensus in the country and bringing to bear a really good and unusual mind for the challenges of this position.
And of course, God comes into it. We got a real sense of his faith and the faith of his mother.
Yes, he's perfectly serious about his personal faith, as his mother was. And I think as she would have meant it, so he meant every word he said. These are jobs you can't easily do unless you've got some sense of calling and some sense of support that's more than just a kind of plebiscite or a kind of popular vote on a reality television show. You need a sense that there's something sustaining you. He's got that.
And what did you make of the gathering down here as it empties out here just outside Flowery Court? It really was all sections of society, people from all around the world, of course, members of the public who've been gathered down there on the Mall outside Buckingham Palace coming in. And then you lot, if I can call it that, then you did stand out, Your Grace, there. But all of us just gazing up at the balcony.
Yes, there aren't many occasions where, as a country, we can do something like this together, a real public ritual. And it matters that we have these public rituals where we sense we're part of something larger, where our own agendas, our own preoccupations are part of an ongoing reality in the country. And that's, yes, the fact that there's such a variety of people is wonderfully assuring.
It's that understanding, though, of how it all connects up, the long reach of history, where, but here to paraphrase Shakespeare, for a few fleeting moments, but this reaches back, way back into antiquity.
That's right. And to have a story that's more than just my story, to say, well, there's a community, a very diverse community, religiously, ethnically, all the rest of it, a diverse community, working its way forward, trying to find a story that they can all hold in common. That's a hugely important positive thing.
It's interesting, that point you make there, Your Grace, about diversity, is that sense. I was thinking in my head, as I looked particularly at the members of the public, I think, they would have been very different 70 years ago when it last happened.
Yes, I think the members of the Privy Council are rather less different.
Yes, well, I do think that as well. It has to change.
It'll take time to catch up. But yes, looking around myself, I thought, in terms of age, in terms of race, background, wonderful to see such diversity and very promising for the future.
And then also the spontaneous cheering and applause. I mean, they couldn't let as many people who wanted to get in here. It's rather a narrow space and there are safety concerns. But on Pall Mall up there, the Mall down there, we can hear all the way down to Buckingham Palace. There are thousands of people congregated, and if they weren't getting a piped feed to them, they were listening and watching on their phones, as is the way these days. And it was those spontaneous 3 cheers, and then God Save the King breaks out.
Yes. Yes, I found a little prickle in the eyes when we started singing God Save the King. First time I've sung it in those terms, and tomorrow morning in our parish church we'll be singing that as well, and that'll, I think, be the emotional moment for a lot of people.
Rowan Williams, thank you very much indeed for your time. Very good to see you. Thank you. Former Archbishop of Canterbury, his thoughts on the meeting of the Accession Council, a council, of course, of which he was part, to announce and acknowledge the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and the accession, it's in the name, the accession of King Charles III. We're turning our attention now to other parts of London, the City of London, where this process continues, where proclamations are going to be read out, first of all in the capital and then beyond. Alistair Bruce will talk us through this, the scene, as I say, in the City of London.
We're seeing the Court of Common Council, which is like the House of Commons of the City of London, being led in their blue robes. They are elected on a regular basis and serve the different wards which the City of London is divided into. And they obviously are like a parliament and raise taxes from all the people who live within the City of London and from the businesses that operate, and many of the livery companies that have their homes and bases here. And the Royal Exchange building, which was the centre of commerce, is behind the pillars that we see here. And because it's right at the heart of the City of London and it faces where the Lord Mayor lives, which is known as the Mansion House, it is deemed the best and most appropriate place for major occasions to occur. The War Memorial is there, and it reflects upon so many of the people who worked in the city and who left to serve during various different battles. Also, after the Court of Common Council, in the other robes will be the aldermen, the aldermanic representatives. Each of the wards is represented by aldermen and women, of course, and they wear the scarlet robes, and it is from that number that the Lord Mayor is selected each year, and former Lord Mayors continue for a few years after and hold their position of authority within the city. And it's a gathering really of a city life that reflects that it too is loyal to His Majesty the King. The Royal Standard at Buckingham Palace, which is completely unchanged from the one that we recall from the time of Queen Elizabeth II. In the top right-hand corner, if it was flying in the opposite direction, you have the English lions, and they're repeated in one of the lower quarters, and also at the top you have the Lion Rampant of Scotland and the Golden Harp of Northern Ireland, and it flies underneath the crown on top of Buckingham Palace. Meanwhile, in the city, the band of the Household Division bringing in what you have here is the Honourable Artillery Company's band. They look just like the Brigade of Guards, except instead of gold they have silver, because they are reservists, and they'll bring in the pikemen and musketeers, also formed from the Honourable Artillery Company and one of the ancient bodyguards of the City of London.
we're going to stay on those scenes, those ceremonial scenes in the City of London. But I want to talk now to James Matthews at Balmoral, our Scotland correspondent, of course. And James, the fact that, yes, it's starting now, the proclamation, the new King's proclamation in London, but of course it's going to take place, it's going to be read out, it's going to be heard throughout the United Kingdom.
That's correct, Dermot. Yes, and while the ceremony takes place surrounding the new monarch, tributes continue to be paid for the one past. That's certainly the case here at Balmoral. The Queen's body is still here. We should hear more details perhaps later today about the process towards the funeral, a journey initially to Edinburgh and then onwards down south. But right now, at the gates of Balmoral, there have been several hundred people over the course of this morning laying tributes, floral tributes, and among them are Marina, Betsy and Pippa. Hello. You've come here, we're looking at a quiet, respectful, yet certainly sorrowful crowd. Marina, tell me why you've come here.
We just wanted to show our respect to the Queen as fellow Aberdeenshire people and farmers. We know the Queen was a country girl at heart, and so we just wanted to show our appreciation of the dedication she has shown the country throughout her lifetime.
A sad time.
A sad, reflective time, but also celebrate the wonderful life that the Queen has had, and we look forward to her son, King Charles, taking on the role of monarch.
Betsy, you came here, you laid some flowers. Why was that important to you?
It was important to me because, you know, so far in my life I've only known the Queen Majesty, you know, but there are going to be more monarchs in my life, but she was a wonderful queen, you know. She always dedicated her life and all her love to her country, and I found that really inspirational, so I'll always remember her.
Yeah. Pippa, what about you? What did you think of the Queen?
The Queen was a very kind person. She was always dedicated to her work, and I always admired her outfits.
Yeah, her outfits. Well, let me ask you about your outfits, actually. Marina, the girls have come in school uniform. Why?
Well, the girls just felt that the Queen, she would enjoy seeing them in their St Margaret's uniform, and it was quite respectful for her, so it was nice.
Yeah. Much going on down south, a new monarch, King Charles. What's your view of his succession?
I think he'll be a wonderful king. He seems very happy within himself. He loves the farming community, which will help us. And he knows what to do. He knows the ropes.
What do you think, girls? King Charles III, what do you think?
Well, I think he'll be a wonderful king because, like, he is the son of a wonderful queen, Queen Elizabeth II, and I think, you know, he'll follow quite well in her footsteps, you know, keep on the legacy of wonderful kings and queens to come, you know, because, you know, she was just wonderful, as I said, you know, dedicated, loved her country, loved the outdoors, the countryside, and I think King Charles III will just follow in her footsteps really well.
Okay. Thank you, Betsy. Thank you, Pippa. Thank you very much indeed, Marina. Today, the former employees of the Balmoral estate are being invited to go and to pay their private respects, Dermot. I can tell you, somebody who's been in and around Balmoral over recent days was telling me about the impact that we actually don't see publicly on those who were close to the Queen, who worked for the Queen and worked with the Queen. And that's clearly something they're being allowed to work through on the estate, having been invited back today. There are still members of the royal family here. Princess Royal, Tim Lawrence, Zara Tindall, Beatrice and Eugenie. Prince Andrew's here as well, and perhaps we will see them today. Many flowers laid at the gates of Balmoral. There is the opportunity, at least, for them to come out of the gates, perhaps engage with the public, interact, to view those floral tributes. No confirmation of that yet, but the opportunity certainly is there.
James Matthews at Balmoral, thank you very much indeed. We're going back now live to the City of London, the heart of old London, what once was London itself. Our royal commentator, Alistair Bruce, will describe to us the scenes that we're witnessing, and this, the second proclamation, as we can see at the bottom of our screens, and this will be the second proclamation of Charles III, and an hour's gap from the original one here at St James's Palace.
Dermot, there used to be 3, but they've cut it down to just these 2 now, and the second will take place here in the City of London by ancient tradition. The state trumpeters who've been led from Guildhall Yard, along with the other military components, and they will take their position. And you'll see that on the banners of their trumpets are the black mourning ribbons to remind us that this is a sad and muffled occasion as the drum itself plays them into position. And we'll shortly see at 20 past the arrival of Clarenceau, King of Arms, who will read out the proclamation accompanied by other heralds who will be in the party. And it's a reminder that while we are so used to instantaneously knowing every piece of information, information was passed around before the days of technology in a very much more sedentary way, and it would have taken up to an hour for the heralds to arrive here. They used to come by carriage, but they're coming by vehicles now. And we are at the heart of this marketplace, and there in the background of the picture you can see the Bank of England. You can see obviously the War Memorial and everyone now gathered in this public area that is naturally formed by the Bank of England, the Royal Exchange, the building on which steps the aldermen can be seen, and the scene is set with the great equestrian statue of the Duke of Wellington, who after all had brought victory and freedom from the danger that was seen in Napoleon way back at the time when the city was very nervous that if Napoleon won, the wealth of Britain would be lost. And so with the pikemen and musketeers with their colour present, the scene is effectively set, and you can see the area in the middle of the steps there where Clarenceau, King of Arms, will read out the proclamation, and we will see very much a similar event carried out as took place at St James's. And for the King, this is the progression of news. He gave instruction, if you remember, by saying approved, that these proclamations should take place across his kingdom. And some nations still reflect the fact that it takes time, and so some of these proclamations will indeed take place tomorrow in those different, more distant parts of the United Kingdom from London. The city owes its loyalty, obviously, to the King, and the traditions of some difficulty, often particularly in the Middle Ages, between monarchs and the city, are well documented. But the city's wealth always gave it these special privileges, and they are being reflected today. But it was ironic that at a time of national challenge, when the Prime Minister was announcing to Parliament some fairly significant measures to be taken, that the Bank of England, of course, would have had its interests in. All that was paused temporarily by the shock announcement that the Queen was dead. But today, as I was saying earlier, the nation raises its head for this moment of constitutional observation that we have a new king. It's a waiting game now for the arrival from St James's Palace of the heralds. They will be received underneath the entrance and balcony of the Mansion House, and the parade marshal will then organise the procession to bring the heralds and Clarenceau, King of Arms, to the place of proclamation very shortly. The proclamations will also take place at different parts of the United Kingdom, at the Market Cross in Edinburgh, and in different places where it is necessary also to make sure that everybody in the country knows what is to take place. The state trumpeters, who wear their state livery that was funded by the City of London after the restoration of the Crown in 1660, and the cost being quite considerable. The depleted royal treasure chest couldn't afford it, and so the City of London stepped up. And that's why for any events that take place in the city, the state trumpeters and indeed the mounted band of the Household Cavalry Regiment are entitled to wear the state coats. And we look at what is placed on their chests, which is the royal cipher of E2R, and that will shortly be changed. The College of Arms is near this building at the heart of the city, and that is where much is being done now to configure the new royal coat of arms, which will adjust slightly. Also in Scotland, the Court of the Lord Lion will be making the relevant changes and representing them to the King. Not so much in the format of the coat of arms, but in perhaps the style, if that's what the King wants. And there we see the E2R, remembering the late Queen. It's about 15 minutes now until the proclamation will be given. And a chance to consider that not long ago, from the Tower of London, which is nearby, former Lord Mayors there who are conversing. There's always a representation of the former Lord Mayors who wear the robes as aldermen, and they are given great positions of respect here in the city after having served. Of course, during COVID, the Lord Mayor of London served for 2 years because so little could be delivered within the city during the first year of COVID, and so he continued. And the Lord Mayor of London is the chief civilian and, as it were, almost the top of the whole civic structure, which, as I was explaining, is divided not just into the aldermen and commoners who are lined up on the steps, but also all over the city, the many different livery companies representing trades that haven't occurred for quite a long time, awaiting the arrival of the Clarenceux King of Arms, Mr. Tim Duke. The heralds are experts in heraldry and genealogy, which is the study of family history and pedigrees, and they maintain records of the coats of arms that have been granted in England and Wales, and in Scotland they have a separate authority at the Court of the Lord Lion. And very much today we've recognised that Scotland is a very different nation to the formats of England, and the union between the two was brought about in 1707, and that will be reflected later on.
Alistair, thank you. While we stay on those scenes in the City of London awaiting the reading of the second proclamation of Charles III, as you can see, that will happen at midday. I'm joined now by Baroness Scotland, the Secretary-General, of course, of the Commonwealth of Nations, member of the Accession Council, the Privy Council, who was in there in St James's Palace. And Baroness, very good to see you. Just let me get your sense of what you've just witnessed. It was very moving, yet, of course, constitutionally important as well.
No, absolutely. I mean, it was literally one of the most historic moments that most of us will see in our lifetime. Of course, we had 70 years of Her Majesty the Queen, and this ceremony will not have happened, of course, for that time. So it was poignant because people were recognising how much Her Majesty the Queen had given us, but also welcoming the new king, and for the new King Charles to make those constitutional declarations in such a sober and profound way. I think it was moving for everyone, and it is a moment I'm sure no one in that room will ever forget.
And we think first and foremost, I suppose, about the King's declarations towards the United Kingdom, but of course, as Secretary-General of the Commonwealth, of course, so many attendees from the Commonwealth nations there as well. Very important what he was saying to the entire Commonwealth.
Absolutely. I mean, he has taken over the role of being head of the Commonwealth. That's 56 countries, 2.5 billion people, 60% of whom are under the age of 30. So it's a momentous moment for all of us. And what was so wonderful was, of course, in 2018, when the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting took place here in London, and I remember us coming through these very portals, all of the heads unanimously came to the decision that if this sad day ever occurred, then the then Prince Charles, now King Charles III, would become automatically, with their unanimous agreement, the head of the Commonwealth. And it's something that he has said that the Commonwealth has been one of the foundations of his life. And I think we've seen that. The Commonwealth have appreciated him, and they are really welcoming the new king as they say goodbye to the old queen.
Well, we've had a change of monarch, and you are Secretary-General of a changing Commonwealth, and I know the most recent heads of government that you attended in Rwanda with the then Prince Charles made a quite extraordinary, touching speech, but important speech, in particular about his apology for slavery, his understanding of some of the deprivations of empire, that he really gets it, and the organisation is evolving.
And I think the thing that was so wonderful was all of the members of the Commonwealth were so warm and welcoming and celebratory of what he has done, what he is doing then on behalf of the Queen, but now what he will do as our head of the Commonwealth. And this is a relationship that hasn't just sprung from nothing. I mean, the King has been part of the Commonwealth, visiting the Commonwealth for his whole life. And when he said last year that this was one of the foundation stones of who he is, that really resonated with all of those leaders. And if you had seen the warmth of the welcome that the then Prince Charles, now our King Charles III, had in Kigali, it was warming. And I think all of them now, and you've listened to what the leaders have been saying, really honouring the Queen, but welcoming King Charles, who they know and actually have grown to have great affection for.
Baroness Scotland, thank you so much for joining us here on Sky News, the Secretary-General of the Commonwealth of Nations. Well, here we are at St James's Palace, where the proclamation of Charles III was made at precisely 11 a.m. today in front of members of the Accession Council, including Baroness Scotland and so many others, members of the public, and of course on the balcony here, the proclamation read out. It's now going to be read out in the City of London.
The state trumpeters announcing to the people of London that the heralds are here and they have a proclamation to make. And that proclamation will be made by Clarence O, King of Arms, who will come from the Mansion House where that first fanfare was made, and the procession will be formed to bring Clarence O, King of Arms, to the steps of the Royal Exchange, led by the Parade Marshal, Marshal of the City. The heralds still wearing the tabards that show the King's coat of arms. And let's recall the concept of what it must have meant to a city going about its business and suddenly hearing the trumpeters of the monarch announcing that the messengers of royal authority, the kings of arms, the heralds of arms and the pursuivants of arms have arrived with a proclamation of some note. Was it about the king? Was it about war? What is it about? For this was the way that communication from the monarch used to be made. And following the heralds and the kings, the sheriffs of the City of London, the chaplain of the Lord Mayor, the sword bearer and mace bearer of the City of London, and the Lord Mayor of London is escorting Clarenceux King of Arms, Mr. Tim Duke, who will read the proclamation, followed by the City Remembrancer, responsible for all ceremonial events that take place in the city. And they will line up in front of the Royal Exchange, and at precisely 12 o'clock, the proclamation will be given. The tabard was evolved from the coat of arms that used to be worn over armour by kings. And indeed, old tabards that were worn by kings were precisely the garments that were passed to the king's heralds in order that they could move around the battlefield and communicate as necessary in the king's name. At a minute to 12, the state trumpeters will sound a fanfare, and the common cry and the sergeant of arms will demand silence. And at 12 o'clock, Clarenceux King of Arms will read the proclamation and will proclaim at the end, "God save the King." Once again, we'll have a verse of the national anthem, and the Lord Mayor will then call for 3 cheers. Immediately afterwards, the procession will reform. Clarenceux King of Arms in position with the proclamation. It's quite an unwieldy piece of paper, particularly in high wind, but fortunately that is not the challenge at the moment. And to the right of the picture, we see the cocked hat of the City Marshal, who will give instruction on precisely when events are to take place. And the intention is to hit exactly noon, which was following the instructions given by the King by order in council at the accession council we earlier witnessed. Of course, the delays may seem long now, but when in the old days, the trumpet having been sounded, there would have been a great run of people, hurry to the exchange. There's going to be an announcement. And today we have order and pageantry, which has evolved over the years. And it is a tribute to the late Queen, who so regularly attended events here in the City of London. We can recall the famous walkabout she did at her Silver Jubilee and her Golden Jubilee, when she came to St. Paul's Cathedral in her golden coronation carriage to give thanks to Almighty God in St. Paul's Cathedral for a reign of first 25 years and then 50. And she returned again on the 60th anniversary, but alone, and walked alone down the great aisle of St Paul's, the City of London's cathedral. And then for her 70th anniversary, the Platinum Jubilee, there was a sadness that she could not attend due to mobility issues. And of course it was a part of what we now know was preparing her for the gathering of the angels earlier this week. The City of London awaits news, the confirmation that there is a new king. The state trumpeters at the Royal Exchange will now sound a fanfare. And the trumpeters of the Mansion House will reply, and the Common Crier and the Sergeant-at-Arms will demand silence.
Whereas it has pleased Almighty God to call to his mercy our late Sovereign Lady, Queen Elizabeth II, of blessed and glorious memory, by whose decease the crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is solely and rightfully come to the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George. We therefore, the Lord Spiritual and Temple of this realm, and members of the House of Commons, together with other members of Her late Majesty's Privy Council, and representatives of the realms and territories, aldermen and citizens of London, and others, do now hereby, with one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of his other realms and territories, King, Head of the Commonwealth, Defender of the Faith, to whom we do acknowledge all faith and obedience with humble affection, beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless his majesty with long and happy years to reign over us. Given at St. James's Palace this 10th day of September in the year of our Lord, 2022. God save the King. God save the King.
3 cheers for His Majesty the King. Hip hip, hooray! Hip hip, hooray! Hip hip, hooray!
The proclamation done in the City of London. And the crowd that had gathered, which again in its own way reflects the history of why this ceremony takes place, expressing their joy and delight at the accession of King Charles III. The City Marshal, Parade Marshal here, now leads the procession away from the Royal Exchange and back to the Mansion House, the home and official residence of the Lord Mayor. And for the Kings of Arms, heralds and pursuivants, both in ordinary and extraordinary, for the new king, it's the conclusion of their duties at this point. And for us all to see now further proclamations, and they can be done, and sometimes will be, at small towns and villages, in accordance with custom or choice, but it is the way in which the formal acknowledgement of a new reign is communicated across the United Kingdom. And we will witness similar events with similar local customs, perhaps none quite so flamboyantly decorous as the City of London, with the pikemen and musketeers who echo periods of English history that go back to the challenges of defending this City of London as a heart and source of commerce and markets over the centuries. We have a new king, and the City of London will return to its business on Monday, of course with the muted reality of a nation in grief for the late Queen, but business and the markets never sleep.
And Alistair, can I just ask you on that issue of the, as you pointed out there, the flamboyance we can still see there of the ceremony in the City of London, just a mile or two away from St James's Palace. How come it outshines the original, the most important business, which was done an hour ago, an hour before? It's here at a royal palace, at St James's Palace.
Well, the City of London has a dichotomy of two strands, really. It is a compellingly modern and forward-looking marketplace where every day, particularly young and urgent traders, do their business. But at the same time, it holds to its traditions and does so with great determination. And the history of the liveries, which is at the heart of how the city, in its own way, has evolved, are very much a part of that. And there are different trades that go on around the world that echo from directly what used to occur here. The plying of ships up and down the Thames according to the tidal path, and the arrival of spices and the delivery of leathers and the delivery of this and that was all part of what made the money for the city and thereby for the treasury of the king. And because the City of London has chosen to maintain its traditions, it's very much its choice. There were similar traditions like this in many other cities of the United Kingdom, but through the political vicissitudes of time, those councils have chosen to set aside much of the traditions that were enjoyed. But the City of London shows no shame in enjoying its past and mirroring it against the reflection of a fast-moving, urgent and busy commercial city.
Alistair, thank you so much. Alistair Bruce, our royal commentator there. And Alistair, I thank you not just on behalf of all of your colleagues who work with you, but of course all viewers and listeners to Sky News' output. I think anyone listening to you over the last couple of hours or so can't have failed to have gleaned at least 20 new fascinating facts. Thank you once again. And as we still take in those scenes from the City of London, the procession in the City of London, I'm here at St James's Palace with our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills. And as I was saying to Alistair, Rhiannon, of course, it was here where the proclamation was originally read out. And that took place after what we saw for the first time taking place inside St James's Palace, the Accession Council, and then that signing of the oath by the new king. He's formally proclaimed king, and then he signs this solemn oath. And it was such a moving moment, particularly, I guess, because he was surrounded by the most immediate members of his family.
And I think within these very formal proceedings, we watched the most ancient pageantry, didn't we, unfold on the balcony here. But we're again reminded that at the centre of all of this, you have a family who are in mourning. And King Charles, in his message that he again delivered as he signed his oath, reflected on how much it means to the family to know that there is such overwhelming support for them at this moment, and praised his mother's example of lifelong service. But he will now be incredibly conscious that he now needs the support of his family who are around him. And as you mentioned there, you had the new Prince of Wales, Prince William, there as a Privy Councillor, and also Camilla, his Queen Consort, standing so close to him as he was reading out, again, a very heartfelt message, his pledge to continue the service that his mother gave us over 7 decades. But also an interesting point that we've been told is that the ink pot that was on the desk, which was used to then sign that oath, was actually a gift from Prince William and Prince Harry. So you're getting those little touches, aren't you, where they are showing us that as a family they're finding it difficult to come to terms with this, but they are pulling together. But for him, of course, the hard work continues. The oath is over, the proclamation is done, but this afternoon, the constitutional duties, he picks those up once again. So as you were hearing from Keir Starmer earlier, he is one of a few who is going to enjoy an audience with the King this afternoon. So we know that the King will receive the Archbishop of Canterbury at Buckingham Palace. He will then receive the Prime Minister again, but also with members of the Cabinet. After that, he will receive leaders of the opposition, so the likes of Keir Starmer, who you spoke to earlier. And then he's also going to speak to the Dean of Westminster as well. That, we understand, is going to be a private meeting, and you would understand why, because of the likely involvement of the Dean of Westminster when it comes to that state funeral that we will look towards in the coming days.
Tough to ask, Rhiannon, but has to be addressed. Did we learn anything about the state funeral itself?
So we hadn't expected this, but it was confirmed that the King has signed an order in which he has authorised that we will have a national bank holiday on the day of the funeral. However, it has not been announced yet when that funeral is going to be held. You have to remember that the planning for this event has been decades in the making. But ultimately, one of the key responsibilities of the new king, as it would be for any grieving family, is to look again at the funeral plans, decide whether or not they believe that they are still fitting with what Her late Majesty would have wanted, whether they are fitting with what the family want to portray, and whether they are a fitting way to allow the country and the rest of the world to pay their respects. But later on today, we are anticipating we will potentially get a date for that funeral. And also, of course, we have to remember this has all happened so quickly. It was only on Tuesday that we saw the Queen carrying out that last official duty in public as she oversaw the handover of the Prime Ministers. She is still in Scotland. Her coffin is still in Scotland. And so we wait to see what is going to be the process over the coming days in terms of her returning to London. But as I said, expecting potentially more details on that later.
Rhiannon, thank you very much indeed. Rhiannon Mills there, our royal correspondent. And from a ceremony here at St James's Palace, centuries in the making, the accession council, the taking of the oath by the new king, the proclamation of the new king, King Charles III, and a personal declaration from the king paying tribute once again, as he did last night, to the qualities and the values that his mother instilled into him, that he has pledged to carry forward as he takes over as King Charles III. The proclamations now spreading throughout the country, initially just a mile or so away, as you can see there, in the City of London, where the ceremonial is still taking place. And to talk us through that and what's to come, let's go back to Buckingham Palace. The crowds gathering there, they've all dispersed from here. What a spectacle they did see here at St James's Palace, and still gathering, I know, around Buckingham Palace. My colleague Sarah Jane Mee is there.
The new good afternoon to you from Buckingham Palace. The new king, King Charles III, has been proclaimed for the second time, this time in the City of London. Earlier in the day, he was formally recognised at a special ceremony attended by senior politicians and royals. The king has also approved an order declaring the day of Queen Elizabeth's funeral a bank holiday, though the date is yet to be announced. King Charles III was formally announced monarch at the Accession Council, attended by around 200 Privy Councillors. Also present, the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, the new Prince of Wales, and Camilla, the Queen Consort. It was chaired by the newly appointed Lord President of the Council and Leader of the House of Commons, Penny Mordaunt.
My Lords, it is my sad duty to inform you that Her Most Gracious Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, has passed away on Thursday, the 8th of September, 2022, at Balmoral Castle.
We, therefore, the Lords spiritual and temporal of this realm, and members of the House of Commons, together with other members of Her late Majesty's Privy Council, and representatives of the realms and territories, aldermen and citizens of London and others, do now hereby, with one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of his other realms and territories, King, head of the Commonwealth, defender of the faith, to whom we do acknowledge all faith and obedience with humble affection, beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless his majesty with long and happy years to reign over us. God save the king!
God save the king!
Well, after the accession proclamation text was read aloud, the Prince of Wales then signed the official document, followed by other senior members of the council, also called the Platform Party, including the Queen Consort, and also the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss.
The First Lord of the Treasury and Prime Minister of the United.
The senior members of the Platform Party then filed out of that room to wait for the new king. As the country's previous 6 prime ministers stood solemn side by side with their arms folded in front of them. Then Charles III joined the ceremony in the throne room and took his seat before reading aloud the Declaration and the Oath of Scotland.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen, it is my most sorrowful duty to announce to you the death of my beloved mother, the Queen. I know how deeply you, the entire nation, and I think I may say the whole world, sympathise with me in the irreparable loss we've all suffered. It is the greatest consolation to me to know of the sympathy expressed by so many to my sister and brothers, and that such overwhelming affection and support should be extended to our whole family in our loss. To all of us as a family, as to this kingdom and the wider family of nations of which it is a part, my mother gave an example of lifelong love and of selfless service. My mother's reign was unequaled in its duration, its dedication and its devotion. Even as we grieve, we give thanks for this most faithful life. I am deeply aware of this great inheritance and of the duties and heavy responsibilities of sovereignty, which have now passed to me. In taking up these responsibilities, I shall strive to follow the inspiring example I have been set in upholding constitutional government and to seek the peace, harmony and prosperity of the peoples of these islands and of the Commonwealth realms and territories throughout the world. In this purpose, I know that I shall be upheld by the affection and loyalty of the peoples whose sovereign I have been called upon to be, and that in the discharge of these duties, I will be guided by the counsel of their elected parliaments. In all this, I am profoundly encouraged by the constant support of my beloved wife. I take this opportunity to confirm my willingness and intention to continue the tradition of surrendering the hereditary revenues, including the Crown Estate, to my government for the benefit of all, in return for the sovereign grant, which supports my official duties as head of state and head of nation. And in carrying out the heavy task that has been laid upon me, and to which I now dedicate what remains to me of my life, I pray for the guidance and help of Almighty God.
The new king, who is now head of the Church of England, then signed 2 parchment copies of an oath guaranteeing security for the Church of Scotland. They were then signed by witnesses that included the Prince of Wales, the Queen Consort and the Secretary of State for Scotland. The new king then withdrew from the throne room. Minutes later, the bugle sounded. Then the Garter King of Arms read the official proclamation of Charles as king.
Whereas it has pleased Almighty God to call to his mercy our late sovereign lady, Queen Elizabeth II, of blessed and glorious memory, by whose decease the crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is solely and rightfully come to the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George. We, therefore, the Lords Spiritual and Temporal of this realm, and members of the House of Commons, together with other members of Her late Majesty's Privy Council, and representatives of the realms and territories, aldermen and citizens of London and others, do now hereby, with one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III. By the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of his other realms and territories, King, head of the Commonwealth, defender of the faith, to whom we do acknowledge all faith and obedience with humble affection, beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless his majesty with long and happy years to reign over us. Given at St. James's Palace this 10th day of September in the year of our Lord, 2022.
The captain of the King's Guard will now order the troops to present arms, and the colour will be lowered. And then God save the King.
As the bugles sounded, gun salutes rang out around London, across the country and in Gibraltar. And then the national anthem played to honour the new king.
Three cheers for His Majesty the King. Hip, hip! Hooray! Hip, hip! Hooray! Hip, hip! Hooray!
In charge will replace Wycliffe. Replace! Enters!
Well, after the official proclamations, the one at St James's Palace and also the one in the City of London, King Charles III and his Queen Consort Camilla headed back here to Buckingham Palace. Thousands of people have been assembling here since yesterday, a patient stream of people coming with family, friends and flowers to the gates of Buckingham Palace. And this was a moment they hoped they would see after their patient wait. The new king returning to Buckingham Palace. The king has a busy day ahead of him. We understand he is back at Buckingham Palace now for a number of meetings this afternoon, a number of audiences. They're taking place in the 1844 room, which is described as one of the most important rooms in Buckingham Palace. You may recognise it from watching your TV screens. It's the room where the Queen has made a number of her Christmas speeches, and also where she received foreign dignitaries. But the new king and the Queen Consort arriving back. We understand that this afternoon at around 2 o'clock, the king will be receiving the Archbishop of Canterbury here at the palace. After that, he'll also be receiving the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, and members of the Cabinet. He will also have time to meet the opposition parties. And finally, later today, King Charles III will receive the Dean of Westminster here at Buckingham Palace. Oh, well, let's return now to our royal commentator, Alistair Bruce, who has been with us all day. Alistair, it has been an extremely busy day. What more can we expect? We've been talking there about what will be going on behind closed doors there in Buckingham Palace this afternoon. We will get official pictures, but a very busy time for the new king.
Very much so. And you talking about the Dean of Westminster going to see the king. Of course, the preparations now for the state funeral and also for the coming coronation, which will, to a huge extent, in different ways, weigh upon both the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Dean of Westminster. But for the king, there is just so much to take on. And it may seem as though there are but the boxes and the other things. But, you know, there's just so much that he will now have to be briefed on and understand. The sensitivities of the state of the United Kingdom in terms of where it sits in the world will need to be brought to his attention by the Prime Minister. And of course, he will have the chance to formalise the cabinet appointments that the late Queen approved. Well, all of this is function and process, which is what the King must do. The King is the conscience now of the United Kingdom. And whilst the battle of the political process must continue in Parliament and with government in the King's name, it is the conscience of the nation that the King must now encompass and take on, just as his mother did. So it's going to be a very busy day for him.
So much formality and so much ceremony so far, Alistair. When will the King have time to be with his family?
We're going to find out soon more about the plans for what is termed the obsequies, the process of the funeral of the late Queen. We know that Her Majesty is at rest up at Balmoral. We've been told by James Matthews that members of the estate there at Balmoral are going to have a chance to go and pay their respects to the Queen in the castle. And we know that members of his family are there, but I think the King's principal concern, and this is the burden of sovereignty, is to the nation and to taking on the headship of the state. And there will be announcements later on of the return of the Queen's body to London and ultimately the interment at Windsor Castle, along with Prince Philip. So I think that, you know, the process is immense that is being dealt with. The delays are because the Earl Marshal, the armed forces, and many other organisations, particularly the government, are involved in trying to make sure that all of this process takes place. But with the Accession Council today formally starting the process with the presence of the Queen and also of the Prince of Wales, it's very special that we now have the confirmation done. And for this 24 hours with the flags at the top of their masts, this is supposed within the period of the nation holding its head low, a time for celebration of the new King.
Alistair Bruce, thank you. We will speak again later on. Alistair Bruce with us throughout the day here on Sky News. Katie Spencer is in Green Park for us this afternoon. Just next to us here at Buckingham Palace, people have been leaving their tributes to the Queen today. Katie, you've been speaking to a number of people, and the people that I spoke to as I tried to get here from the tube station were just saying that they felt that this was where they were being drawn to. This is the focus for people who want to sell well wishes and offer their condolences.
Yeah, the same for people that I've been speaking to here as well, Sarah Jane. We've come back to outside the front of Buckingham Palace, where during those constitutional formalities, when that was taking place, thousands of people have come out here. They've actually dispersed from where we are, but if you look behind me, look towards the Mall, you can just see that some of these crowds, it's sort of 4 or 5 deep, people just hoping to get a glimpse. I mean, they've enjoyed seeing sort of some of the horses, some of the sort of the pomp and pageantry, if you like, but people that we've been speaking to, it's just, Alistair Bruce mentioned there that there's that hope that I think a lot of people just wanted to catch a glimpse of the new King as well. And while this is a very sombre occasion, to also celebrate the fact that we have got a new King. I'm joined by a couple here who have been waited for over an hour to catch a glimpse of the King, Lisa and Ravinda. What was it for you? Well, why did you want to come out here? It does feel very much like a moment to be present for, doesn't it?
It's exactly that reason, actually. The fact that it is a special moment, just to be part of it somehow. We didn't think we were going to get to see the King, but we actually did. We were lucky. We were in the right place at the right time. It was just luck.
Yeah, we just came to pay our respects initially for the Queen, and then as the morning's gone on, it's turning to being sombre to a bit more celebratory to see the new King. So we're very proud to be here.
It's mixed emotions. If you walk just a couple of minutes, we were saying actually you haven't been in there yet, but over to Green Park that's just close to here, that's where the official memorial garden is, and it's a really beautiful atmosphere in it. It's very quiet, it's very, people are taking some time to reflect and really read some of those messages. But again, when you're out here and sort of waiting to see the King, it is a mood of celebration as well, isn't it?
All the people around us are really friendly.
Were you chatting to people while you were waiting?
Just chatting to strangers, and everybody's been really nice.
We talked to everybody, and I think the mood has changed a little bit. I think I'd say it lifted as it got closer to potentially seeing the King, but we didn't know which way he was coming, so we were just lucky.
And after yesterday, I think everyone was kind of hoping we might see another walkabout from him. We didn't get that on that occasion, but what sense are you getting of our new King? Do we sort of like the impression that he's giving so far? He does seem to want to be seen as sort of warmer than you might expect.
Well, I think he has anyway. I'd say most of us have warmed to him anyway, and I think he's going to do a really good job. He's just, he's had a lot of practice being in sort of a high-profile position, so I just think he'll be smooth. I think he'll just smoothly move into the new job, and he'll do really well.
Thank you so much for talking to us. Yeah, a lot of goodwill out here, certainly out the front of Buckingham Palace. We'll leave you just taking a look at the crowds behind us. Certainly people aren't moving away. They want to see whether or not King Charles might come out again. We don't really know what's happening this afternoon, but yeah, a lot of excitement about the potential of seeing the new King.
Katie, thank you. Where I'm standing is just in those white tents you can see in the picture, and it's just a steady stream of people coming up the Mall, all patiently filing through with their flowers, as you said, hoping to get a glimpse of the new King, but also just trying to get to those gates. That's the focal point, just to lay their flowers and read the messages that other people have been leaving over the last few days. It is a very British tradition, isn't it, a queue? And this is one that people don't mind joining. Families, friends all gathering here today. As Katie says, it really is quite a special atmosphere, but a very mixed range of emotions. There is, of course, the sadness at the death of the Queen and the celebration of the new King. Let's speak to Greg Milam. He's at Balmoral for us this afternoon. Greg, perhaps you can give us a sense of what's happening there today.
Yeah, well, I think, as Katie was just telling you there, that stream of people wanting to pay their respects is very evident here. A long line that stretches up across the bridge. Actually, the sense of organisation as well here. There is a park and ride system in operation so that people don't have to risk driving on the road. And parking in dangerous places. They're bussed in here to join this queue to lay their flowers and their notes, and of course to read the messages that others have left. It is very organised. It's a sense of real community, actually. People chatting, very reflective, very patient on a beautiful sunny day here at Balmoral. A very ordered ceremony going on, if you like, and it's a mixture of people. There undoubtedly are tourists who would be in the area, as they are at this time of year with the royals in residence, but a lot of local people, and of course the communities around here see the Queen, always saw the Queen as a neighbour, as a member of their community, someone whose privacy they respected, but who they believed belonged to them, if you like. And I think for those people, it is important to come here and pay their respects in a much more intimate way. Because of the part that she played in their lives. And we should remember as well that the Queen's family, a large number of the members of the Queen's family are still here. The Princess Royal, the Duke of York, the Earl and Countess of Wessex as well. Some of the Queen's grandchildren are still here as well. And we anticipate at some point that we may well get a sense of them wanting to thank those members of the public who continue to come here and pay their respects. And of course, what everybody is waiting for here is to learn what the plan is next. The Queen's body remains here. There will be a plan for her to be moved to Edinburgh. And people in this community want their chance to express their grief and pay their respects. And they're looking very closely at what the plan will be for that next stage of the ceremony, the moving of the Queen's body, for them to do that. But I think people looking at what's happening in London and the monarchy continuing and that wheel turning and the new King going through those formalities. But here, I think for a lot of people still, it's about the passing of the Queen and the need for them to celebrate her life and pay their respects.
Yeah, very much so, Greg. Thank you. Greg Milam up at Balmoral, but that is the nature of the monarchy, and upholding the Constitution is that there is a new King. Arrangements are being made for the monarchy to continue. But as Greg and Katie Spencer were saying, people want to pay their respects to the Queen. They need a focal point. It's Buckingham Palace, it's Balmoral, but it's in different places around the country. Not everyone can get to Balmoral or here to London. Let's join our correspondent Lisa Dowd, who's in Derby for us today. Hello, Lisa.
Well, yes, we're about 100 miles away from the action, and actually ordinarily I think the monarchy wouldn't be a topic of conversation at this Barber's, but it is inescapable, isn't it? And the Queen had come to Derby so many times before, like other towns and cities up and down the UK, and she actually conferred city status on what was the town of Derby back in the 1970s. And I was chatting to one of the Barbers earlier today who was there as a child to come and greet her to the city. He sat on top of his mum's shoulders, he remembered, and remembered thinking how tiny she was, even though he was tiny as well. But what about a different generation? I've been talking to Eve. Eve, you're just 17 years old, aren't you? You kind of said to me the monarchy, the Queen, didn't really speak to you as a young person, but she has kind of influenced your style. Tell me about that.
Yes, massively. Well, I'm really interested in the 1950s and all 1950s clothes and the glamour. So when I look at the Queen, I always, go to look at her old pictures and also her wartime pictures. But as a, when she's older, it doesn't mean as much to me. But I do love her history, and I think it's really interesting.
As a younger person, have you kind of been following events? Have you been following what's happening with King Charles? Are you interested?
No, I'm not interested, but I have been following it, but through social media more on that side, because I feel like that's a lot how young people see it all, rather than following it in news and newspapers.
You said to me your dad had been keeping you informed as well. How has he been affected by it?
I think it's hard for him because of his grandparents having that connection to it through the wartime generation, and the royal family when we were at war. So that's that kind of personal connection. But I don't feel it as much through him because I just feel like it's different now. We don't really see the royal family like that as much anymore. Well, some people do, but young people don't as much.
Perhaps that will be something King Charles has to work on. Let's take a little walk through the Barbers and see if we can find someone else to chat to, because the Queen, as I said, has opened many of the public buildings here in the city of Derby over the decades that she reigned, including the council buildings, Pride Park Stadium, many other public buildings as well. Let's find someone to chat to in here, because it's something everyone has been talking about. And hello, sir.
Hello.
Do you mind having a chat with us? I know I spoke to you earlier. Glad to be having your hair cut now, aren't you? Have you been following events? How have you been feeling about the Queen's passing?
It's hard not to follow it, isn't it? But it's absolutely a momentous occasion. Obviously, myself, my own direct family and the extended family, a massive admirer of the Queen and everything she did. It's absolutely a momentous occasion, and remarkable lady, served the country impeccably, and it's hard to think, she'd never made any mistakes during that reign. So she's, it's going to be a massive loss to the nation and everybody. So.
Have you been following events with King Charles? Did you manage to see his address last night?
Yes, so watched the proclamation this morning. So yeah, again, obviously that's the first time that's happened in 70 years. So to see the heritage behind that and everything else that has that sort of portrayed across the TV this morning, it's a very, again, momentous occasion. It's something that I encourage my children to watch as well, because this is obviously the first time this has happened in my lifetime, and certainly their lifetime. So yeah, it was very nice to see, and it was humbling really to be part of that as part of Great Britain. So yeah.
Are you a Derby boy yourself? Have you ever managed to see the Queen here? Because I was speaking to one of the Barbers earlier, and he had. I don't know about yourself.
I've never seen the Queen. I'm not a Derby boy. I'm from Lichfield in Staffordshire originally, that way on. But no, the closest I came to meeting a royal was Princess Diana when she came to our school in Swadlincote many years ago. But no, never met the Queen. But yeah, I'm sure she touched the lives of many people. So.
Where were you when you found out about her death? Did it come as a shock, as it has to so many, actually?
I think news. I was at work when the news sort of came out that she was obviously very poorly. And obviously hearing about William and Harry, flying up to Balmoral and getting over to see her as soon as they could, but obviously didn't make it in time. So yeah, I was at work as these sort of events unfolded, and then I was actually at my son's football training when the news broke. And obviously it's a sign of the times now, isn't it, in social media and everything else, that news spreads very fast. But yes, it came as a shock, of course, but I think a few of us had known that she'd been, not well for a while. So yes, but it certainly still came as a very much of a shock.
Your little boy is just behind Harvey.
Yeah.
Harvey, I see you on your screen. Does he know much about the Queen?
He knows a little bit. I mean, you can try and get a question out of him.
Let's have a quick chat to Harvey. Harvey, do you mind me have a little chat with you? Put your screen down. Thank you, darling. What do you know about the Queen?
Did you admire the Queen? Did you like her?
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you know who the new king is now?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Oh, who is the new king?
Prince Charles.
Amazing.
Well done. Now, King Charles. And did you hear much about the Queen's death when you were at school yesterday? Oh, well, I'm sure you'll...
Where she lived?
Buckingham Palace.
Oh, well done, Harvey, well done. Thank you for joining us on Sky News. Thank you. So, just like any other city in town, actually, if people want to leave flowers and messages and sign a book of condolence, people can do that at the cathedral just up the road. And what they're going to do with the flowers after the Queen's funeral is compost them and then use that compost to plant a tree in her memory to commemorate her passing here in the city.
Lisa, thank you. Lisa Dowd there in Derby. We're joining me now, Ingrid Stewart, the editor-in-chief of Majesty magazine. Ingrid, good to see you. Thank you for coming down to see us.
Well, thank you for asking me.
We're fighting your way through the crowds because, the streams of people, it doesn't seem to stop. There is no end in sight to the queue of people. And
no.
This will be like this for the next few days.
And there's a lot of children. Well, it's Saturday today, and there are a lot of people obviously want their children to witness this historic moment of being able to come here and bring flowers and pay your respects. It's actually a very gentle, nice crowd.
Yeah, it's very gentle. It's a very lovely atmosphere. Everybody being very patient and polite to each other. But there's a real mixture of emotions here. There were cheers as they saw the new king going to Buckingham Palace around half an hour or so ago. But of course, it's still a very, very sad occasion. We have lost the Queen.
It is a very sad occasion, and I think that's why there's so much mixed emotion. And people wanting to do something. I think in situations like this, like when Diana died 25 years ago, people didn't quite know what to do, and they wanted to do something, so the flower stream started. Well, I think they've moved the flowers from in front of the palace now, haven't they, and put them somewhere else, so they're not sort of jamming up the roadway. But, people still want to do it. They still want to say, well, I was there. I think that's really, you want to be there.
Yeah, this is a momentous moment in history. We've been watching it unfold on Sky News here today, the proclamation of the new king. Just talk to us about the significance of this, Ingrid, because we will never see this again in our lifetime.
Well, I certainly won't see this again in my lifetime. You might. No, it's hugely significant. It's happened so quickly. The Queen is dead, long live the King, that I think, people are finding it a little hard to get their heads around it, and that's why they are so emotional. And watching the proclamation this morning was very emotional, and it was a piece of history, again, which, as you said, probably very few people will ever witness again.
Can you talk to me about your dealings with the Queen? You've been covering the royals now for decades, and everybody has their own special moment with her, or a story that we find something new out about the Queen, every hour here at the moment, with people just coming up with little gems of personal, private moments.
This is true, actually, and then people are now prepared to tell these wonderfully personal moments. Obviously, none of the royal family like journalists. I think everyone has to accept that. However nice you are obtrusive and you're in the way. So the one time I met the Queen at a private event, well, fairly private, she thought I was married to the person standing next to me, who just happened to be Nicholas Soames. Maybe she didn't think I was married to him, but she thought I was something to do with him, so I was all right.
This is Sir Nicholas Soames, Winston Churchill's grandson.
Yes, Sir Nicholas Soames, Lord Soames. Anyhow, he was absolutely charming, and I was talking to him. he was towering over me. And the Queen just appeared, appeared next to us.
And married you off.
And she then started telling, she'd just been opening the Houses of Parliament. And it was a state opening, had been that morning, and she was telling me, a story about something that had happened there, and it was totally in riddles, because everyone had a nickname. So, of course, you forget that this family, they call each other by nicknames, and other people. And she was saying, oh, Bobbity did something, and Bobbity slipped or something, and I thought, who on earth is Bobbity? And then it took me about 3 days to realise...
To decode it.
To decode it. And, of course, the Marquess of Salisbury was always, historically, Bobby, Robert, Bobbity. And so, historically, they've always been called that. So I decoded it eventually.
What about the Prince of Wales, as he was, now King Charles III? In comparison to his mother, he has had a lifetime of training for this role. The Queen, of course, as a result of an abdication, became an heir to the throne, and then very suddenly after the death of her father became the Queen in her 20s. King Charles III, by contrast, a lifetime to prepare for this.
I think he's had a lifetime to prepare, but still isn't prepared emotionally. Mentally, physically, but not emotionally. But you see, Prince Charles is very amusing and lovely to be around as well. And Prince Charles likes women. He's one of those gentle people that like women and is very responsive to listening to women. And I've met him on many occasions, and he's always made me laugh. And I suppose he's got that sense of humour that his mother had, which we probably saw more of in her later life than we did in her earlier years. And Prince Charles is very funny and very quick-witted and very self-deprecating.
Will we see that emotion and that passion remain? Because when we think of the emotion, we think of the King making that speech last night to the nation. And, of course, towards the end of that speech, as he spoke about his mother, you could see the emotion. It was all over his face. It was in his eyes. But we also talk about emotion in terms of his charity work, in terms of the causes. He is passionate about that. How much of all of that will he be able to take into this new role? Because the Queen very much kept it behind closed doors.
Well, Charles made it... Sorry, I beg your pardon. His Majesty made it very clear during that speech last night that he was going to forsake the things that he'd worked... He didn't use those words, but he was going to forsake the things that he'd worked so hard for. All his charitable causes and would go by the board. They would have to be taken up by William. And he'd said that once before. He said, I don't think that I'm so stupid that I'm going to try and carry on doing this when I'm king. He couldn't possibly. He wouldn't have time. And also, he knows perfectly well he can no longer be controversial in his views. I mean, we know, for instance, that the Queen was very, very interested in green issues and climate change, but she very, very rarely spoke about it. And Charles, you know, most people that have ever heard of King Charles know that he was passionate and is passionate about the future of our planet. And he will continue to be so, but he won't talk about it.
Ingrid, we're just hearing, we were talking about this earlier on the flowers outside Buckingham Palace. So many people, again, they're still filing past us, behind us, and they will be for the rest of the week, I would imagine. But we are understanding, we are hearing that the flowers from Buckingham Palace, the gates of Buckingham Palace, are being cleared and moved into Green Park, which is just next to the palace here in central London. And it's going to be displayed, the flowers are going to be displayed in the park for the public to head there to view the messages, to look at the flowers and to lay flowers of their own if they should so wish. Because, of course, Ingrid, as you mentioned, it's quite a narrow walkway there with the barriers up, obviously, for coming and going cars. It would block up the walkway, so they're being moved because it's just going to grow. It's going to be an absolute sea of flowers over the coming days.
Well, the police were, or attendants in the park, were actually, as I struggled through, was saying, please don't go round to Buckingham Palace, we're closing that off. If you want to leave flowers, you're going to have to go round Piccadilly. So whether or not they'll leave them down the railings of Piccadilly, I don't know, I didn't quite know, but they're not going to stop people doing it. But they're going to just push them to different areas.
Yeah, Green Park is, on the other side of Green Park is Piccadilly, so maybe it's from the entrance there coming through the park. But if you are making your way to London, if you're watching Sky News, and I remember the death of Princess Diana. So many people watched the scenes unfold on TV and felt like they had to be there.
Absolutely.
So they watched the television at the time. I remember it as a young girl going to Kensington Palace with my mum and dad. And that is what is going to be happening over the coming days. So if you are watching the TV, it is Green Park that is the focus of where people will be going. Buckingham Palace is obviously going to be very busy. A lot of pomp and ceremony going to be happening here over the next few days. Ingrid, just while we have you, can we talk about Prince William, now the Prince of Wales, as with the proclamation of a new king, people's titles change. We have a new Queen Consort, and we now have a new Prince and Princess of Wales.
Yes, I was actually quite surprised that, suddenly we had the Duke of Cornwall and then we had the Prince of Wales. So the King decided, you don't have to have a great big ceremony to become Prince of Wales. That was just a historical tradition. So as things happen now, he did it on television and said that his son would now become the Prince of Wales and that Catherine would become the Princess of Wales. And I think there is no one more suitable than Catherine to take that very honoured title because of Diana. Everyone associates it with her. But she has also said that she would, use it to do all the good she can and perhaps put her own stamp on it, which, of course, is very, very wise. She can't recreate herself as Diana and wouldn't want to.
Yeah, there is a weight of recent history on that title that she takes on now. And just in terms of Prince William is the new heir, and that is his role now. Will his life change much in terms of, again, the whole royal family know the order of events, but how will his life change? Will, like the new king, his roles with charities change, his duties?
I think William's life will change a great deal. Not immediately, but he's going to have so many more responsibilities. And he's going to be supporting his father and his stepmother in their roles. And not that they, not necessarily beside them, but he will be supportive and doing things on behalf of the monarchy. Perhaps not so much on behalf of himself and his favourite causes. He will be doing things on behalf of the monarchy. And I think he's ready and very, very able to do that.
Ingrid, it's been a pleasure to talk to you this afternoon. Ingrid Seward, Editor-in-Chief of Majesty Magazine. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's going to be a momentous few days ahead. We are witnessing history unfold here at Buckingham Palace and across the UK and Commonwealth. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll see you again soon. Thank you. The House of Commons is due to start sitting again within the next few minutes. MPs taking an oath of allegiance to the new king, before then continuing with their tributes to the Queen. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is in Westminster following events for us. John?
1 o'clock they sit again after a marathon session yesterday, which went on until nearly 11 o'clock. Speaker Sir Lindsay Hall announced just before they rose, just before 11 p.m, 182 MPs paid tribute to the late Queen during yesterday's proceedings. What's going to happen today is 1 o'clock prayers, 3 or 4 minutes as usual. The Speaker will then say a few words, probably talk about arrangements for the next few days. Then we will have senior politicians, led by the Prime Minister Liz Truss, swearing the oath to the new king. Now, normally MPs swear an oath to the monarch after a general election at the beginning of a new parliament. They sign the book, having just won their seats. I'm not sure they'll be signing the book because, of course, we're midway through a parliament, but they will all queue up by the table in front of the Speaker's chair, swear the oath to the new king. Not all politicians. We're probably just going to get the senior ones, senior ministers, senior opposition figures. Then we're back to tributes. And then at the end of the day, there's going to be what's called a humble address to Her Majesty, basically a statement from Parliament that they've spent the last 2 days debating, and basically it'll be wishing the new monarch well and pledging their loyalty, many of them having signed the oath. I should say, Sarah Jane, this is only the 6th time the House of Commons, and indeed the Lords are sitting at 1 o'clock too, has sat on a Saturday since 1939. They normally sit on really big occasions. 1939, the start of the Second World War. 1949, they sat the end of July on a Saturday just for adjournment debates. Presumably they didn't want to go into August. Then 1956, Suez Crisis. 1982, II, the Falklands War. They sat on Easter Saturday in April 1982, and then much more recently, 2019, it was in October, during the Brexit deadlock. So, because the Queen Elizabeth was on the throne for 70 years, of course, we haven't had an occasion like this where MPs are paying tributes to the late monarch and then swearing their allegiance to the new one for a very, very long time. So it's quite new for everyone. During the tributes yesterday, many MPs were saying, of course, that they weren't alive when Queen Elizabeth acceded to the throne. One or two mentioned that they were. Margaret Beckett, the former Labour minister, was one. I think we will see today not just junior MPs, but also some of the more senior ones who didn't get a chance to pay tribute yesterday. So no doubt some more warm anecdotes as well as some loyal tributes and the beginning of the swearing in process, which the Speaker may announce will continue into next week.
John Craig, thank you. The senior MP's oath of allegiance to the King is coming up here on Sky News at 1 o'clock. Well, King Charles has returned to Buckingham Palace following that meeting of the Accession Council at St James's Palace. Loud cheers from the crowds gathered here outside the palace as the Sovereign's vehicle flying the Royal Standard drove through the gates. The new King has a number of audiences at the palace this afternoon, including with the Dean of Westminster. They were discussing funeral plans for the Queen. Good afternoon to you from Buckingham Palace, with Charles III now officially proclaimed king. The new monarch was confirmed at an ancient ceremony, the Accession Council, which was televised for the very first time.
In carrying out the heavy task that has been laid upon me, and to which I now dedicate what remains to me of my life, I pray for the guidance and help of Almighty God.
The new head of the Church of England also signed an oath guaranteeing security for the Church of Scotland. Watching on were some of the most senior figures in the country, political and royal. And then, the moment King Charles III was publicly proclaimed the new monarch for the first time.
Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III.
And at the moment the proclamation was made, gun salutes rang out across the United Kingdom in honour of the new monarch. Proclamations too in the City of London, as well as in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. And cheers for the new monarch as he returned to Buckingham Palace ahead of meetings with the government, the opposition and church leaders. Good afternoon from Buckingham Palace. Charles III has been officially proclaimed the King. He was formally recognised at a special ceremony attended by senior politicians and royals this morning before a second proclamation in the City of London at midday. The King has declared the day of Queen Elizabeth's funeral a bank holiday, though the date is still to be announced. King Charles III was formally announced monarch at the Accession Council, attended by around 200 Privy Councillors. Also present, the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, the new Prince of Wales, and Camilla, the Queen Consort. Well, in the next few minutes, there's another sitting of the House of Commons where senior members will swear the oath of allegiance to King Charles III before tributes continue to the Queen. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is in Westminster following events for us this afternoon. Talk to us about the significance of what we're about to see in the House of Commons this afternoon, John.
Well, this is very rare because, of course, the Queen, the late Queen, was on the throne for so long. This won't have happened until since the early 50s. Now, normally we see MPs swear allegiance to the monarch after a general election at the start of each parliament because they have to sign in and they swear an oath every time there's a general election at the beginning of the parliament. There we have the Commons chamber. I would say not as packed as yesterday. A few gaps on both sides there. First person we're going to hear from, naturally, will be the Speaker, Sir Lindsay Hoyle. And then we'll see, obviously, the PM first, probably some cabinet ministers. Then we can just hear... you can just hear sotto voce. Here we go. Here's the Speaker.
Following the meeting of the Accession Council and the principal proclamation early today, I'll first take the oath to His Majesty. Time constraints mean only a small number of honourable members are able to take the oath and make the affirmation today. Those members have already been contacted by my office. There will be further opportunities for all honourable members to take the oath or make the affirmation following Her late Majesty's funeral. There is no procedural requirement to do so. Once we have concluded our tributes at approximately 10 p.m, a humble address to His Majesty will be moved formally in the terms set out on the order paper. I will now take the oath of allegiance before inviting other honourable members to do so. I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God.
So Sir Lindsay Hoyle is the first, probably be the Prime Minister. Now, it looks as though Sir Lindsay is going to sign the book, which is what normally happens after a general election. There we go. We've seen a lot of senior Privy Councillors signing over at St James's Palace early today. So this shows what's going to happen. The Speaker has been the first to swear allegiance. You can see there behind the clerk, members of the Cabinet. You can see going from left to right, Chris Heaton-Harris, Jacob Rees-Mogg there. There is the PM. I imagine the Prime Minister will be next. So the Speaker has got this underway.
Can I now begin to start with Father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley?
Right. So it's the Father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley, not the Prime Minister, who is going next. Sir Peter spoke yesterday during
God, that I will be faithful and bear
during
true
the tributes
to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God.
Veteran Tory MP Sir Peter Bottomley was a junior minister under John Major.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his
And that's
heirs
Harriet
and
Harman, obviously, the mother of the House. Long-serving Labour MP, former minister, told an affectionate story yesterday about how, after she was sacked, she was invited to Buckingham Palace for tea when nobody else wanted to speak to her.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God.
So the Prime Minister there leading the senior politicians from the government.
Solemnly, sincerely and truly
This is Penny Mordaunt, who presided over that ceremony this morning. The new Leader of the House of Commons, of course, was a candidate for the Tory leadership.
and successors, according to law.
And it looks like Wendy Morton, the new Chief Whip, I think.
Almighty God, that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance.
Yes, the new Chief Whip, Wendy Morton,
His heirs and successors, according
appointed
to law, so help me
only a
God.
few days ago as Government Chief Whip.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God.
That's Alistair Jack, the Scotland Secretary, who we saw at the accession ceremony this morning, taking part.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
That is Chris Heaton-Harris, the new Northern Ireland Secretary, who
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly
was Chief
declare
Whip.
that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law.
And that, of course, is Sir Keir Starmer, the Labour leader.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law.
That's Thangam Debonair, who is the shadow leader of the House of Commons.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty.
This is
King
Sir Alan
Charles,
Campbell, the
his
Labour
heirs
Chief
and
Whip.
successors, according to law, so help me God.
I do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
Ian Blackford, the Westminster leader of the Scottish National Party. I think I'm right in saying, and he's kilt again.
I solemnly, truly declare and affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law.
That's the SNP's Chief Whip. Who's coming next?
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
That's Sir Ed Davey, Lib Dem leader. He was a minister in the coalition government.
I do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
And that's Sir Wendy Chamberlain, the Lib Dems Chief Whip. So it seems to be government business managers as well as party leaders who are early on in the proceedings here.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful.
This is Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, leader of the DUP, Democratic Unionist Party.
Successors, according to law. So help me God.
It's Welsh, Welsh, English and Welsh. Okay.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
That's Liz Saville-Roberts, who is the leader of Plaid Cymru, who appears to be saying the oath in Welsh as well as in English. She often says a few words in Welsh in the chamber, usually at the beginning of a question. Liz Saville-Roberts.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
So we're on to the smaller parties now. That's the SDLP.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be
Looks
faithful
like the
and bear
Deputy
true
Prime
allegiance
Minister.
to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
So that's the new Deputy Prime Minister and Health Secretary, Therese
I swear
Coffey.
by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
Theresa May had a moving tribute yesterday during the proceedings. Yes, these are the Deputy Speakers coming now. This is
I
Dame
swear
Ellen.
by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
So that's Dame Eleanor Lang, who's the Senior Deputy Speaker, Chairman of Ways and Means is the title. This is Dame Rosie Winterton,
truly declare and affirm that I will be faithful
former Labour
and
Minister
bear
and Labour
true
Chief Whip at
allegiance
one stage.
to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors according to law.
MPs in the Commons swearing allegiance to the new king, King Charles III. Well, we're here at Buckingham Palace today. Milena Veselinovic is among the crowds that have been gathering throughout the day here. There's a long, steady stream of people working their way up the Mall. A very long queue indeed, a very good-natured one, a very patient one as they try to make their way to the gates of Buckingham Palace to lay flowers, which have now been moved to the park next to Buckingham Palace, Green Park. That is very much going to be the focus for floral tributes for those making the journey to London over the coming days to lay their own flowers and also to read messages and leave their own tributes. Let's speak to Milena, who's in amongst the crowd. Milena, why have people been telling you that they want to make the journey into central London today?
Well, for so many here, the Queen was the one constant in their lives, a figurehead that was always there. For many, it was almost unimaginable that one day she would be gone, and now it's come as a shock to face up to that reality. And you can see behind me all those thousands of people who have come to pay their respects. And there's a sense of quiet contemplation here. People taking a moment to really reflect on what the Queen meant to them and their own lives. And just a short while ago, King Charles III came through those gates at Buckingham Palace. And there was a family here who saw him come through. It's the Goodrich family who've come down here from Hertfordshire this morning. Little Lily here saw the new king go past the gates. How was that?
It was a good experience for me. Like, no one gets to see, like, it's once in a lifetime to see King Charles walk past you.
And how was it for you, seeing the new king?
Yeah, it was good because some poor people around London never get to see the king, so yeah.
And Mum, you've been here since 9:30 in the morning to pay your respects. Why was it important for you to come here with your family?
It's just once in a lifetime. I think it's just the once in a lifetime that we're going to be able to pay our respects to the Queen. I mean, our lifetime it's going to be the King for now. So, yeah.
And what has the Queen meant to you? And how do you feel now at her passing?
I was devastated when the news came that she'd passed away. You know, you had so many mixed emotions of she's done such a great job for us as a country, as a Commonwealth. She's been incredible, and I'm excited for King Charles to take over and do his thing because, you know, he's been right by the royal family for that whole time, ready and learning, and he's ready. He's ready to do his stuff. Yeah,
Thank you very much. So the weight of this historic moment really felt here at the gates of Buckingham Palace, and thousands of people still arriving to pay their respects to the Queen.
Trafalgar Square, look at that. Look at the crowds of people. For those of you who don't know central London too well, Trafalgar Square just at the bottom of the Mall. So the crowds winding their way down there. I think they've probably come from Embankment. They're just coming around Trafalgar Square and they'll be working their way up the Mall. And what a walk that is. There are thousands of people lining that route. It really is an incredible sight. They'll work their way up the Mall very slowly, meeting new friends along the way. So many people talking to each other about their journey here, why they wanted to come, their memories of the Queen, their good wishes for the new king. They'll make their way up here to Buckingham Palace. They're actually being diverted away from the gates of Buckingham Palace now. The floral tributes have been moved into Green Park, which is next door to the palace. It really is going to be a sea of flowers over the coming days, but that's very much going to be the focal point for those feeling that they want to come to Buckingham Palace to pay their respects and to offer their well wishes to King Charles III, who we saw arrive here at Buckingham Palace just under an hour ago. Let's go to Balmoral. Greg Milam is there this afternoon, and I would imagine similar sorts of scenes there, Greg, because Balmoral, obviously, where the Queen is at the moment, and people just want to go somewhere. They want to go somewhere to be part of this.
Yeah, they do, and they've come in their hundreds here today. It's very peaceful, it's very reflective. They've waited very patiently, a lot of conversation going on, a real sense of community, if you like, because there's a mixture here. There are people who are tourists to the region, undoubtedly, who were here on holiday when this happened, people who've come from areas further afield in Scotland to be here, but also a lot of people who are local to this community. And as we've been hearing over the last day or so, in the towns and villages around here, they feel the Queen and the royal family were their neighbours, and feel that they've lost someone who was a friend to them, and who they respected her privacy. She respected them as neighbours. They talk very fondly here of what she did to support them after some terrible flooding in this area in 2015. So for them to come and pay tribute, it had to be here, because this is a place obviously that was very dear to her. We also know that some members of her family are still here. Of course, the new king has left. Prince William, Prince of Wales now, has left as well. But the Queen's daughter, the Princess Royal, her son's the Duke of York, the Earl of Wessex, Prince Edward, also still here. And we wait to see what they may do by way of reflecting the tributes that are here. Some of their children are also still here. And of course, there's an anticipation as well here about what will happen next to the Queen. Her body is still in Balmoral Castle. There will be plans for her to be moved to Edinburgh. That journey, I think, for a lot of people here will be a key moment to grieve and pay their respects, and they want to know how they will be able to do that in particularly the towns in this area, the towns and villages in this area. So they're watching the ceremony, of course, and the great respect they have for the new king. They're watching what's happening in London, but here the grieving and the paying of respects to the Queen is still uppermost, I think, in people's minds in a place that was so dear to her.
Greg, we're just going to look again at those helicopter shops we have above London at the moment, just watching the crowds gather here at Buckingham Palace. As Greg mentioned, their plans are still being made with regard to the Queen and her return to London. It is anticipated that her funeral will be taking place next Monday. That has not been officially announced as yet. The death of the Queen, though long expected, catching everyone by surprise in a certain respect, the suddenness of it, the Queen passing away at Balmoral. And there is a plan for if the Queen were to pass away in Scotland. It's called Operation Unicorn. There is also a plan for if she were to pass away in London, Operation London Bridge. It is understood that there is discussion now ongoing on how to blend the two, a chance for people to pay their respects in Scotland before the Queen returns to London. We will have more news on that and bring it to you as and when we get it. Right now, we are going to cross back to the House of Commons. Therese Coffey, the Deputy Prime Minister, speaking.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, the Accession Council met to proclaim the new sovereign, His Majesty King Charles III, and it was an immense honour to bear witness to that historic proclamation for the Privy Council, but also for my constituents in Normanton, Pontefract, Castleford and Nottingley. And for us in Pontefract, it's particularly important to mark the arrival of the new King, who, as Prince, has been a huge supporter of the Prince of Wales Hospice in Pontefract. And an association we hope considerably more positive than our last constituency connection with the accession of a monarch, which involved Pontefract Castle, Richard II, and a rather unfortunate end. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour today to speak in the second day of tributes to Her Majesty, to a truly remarkable Queen. And everyone has their memories. For one of my constituents, it was parcels from the young Princess Elizabeth sent in 1947, sharing across the country wedding gifts. She said, "I've always remembered it. There was a pineapple in it and we didn't know what it was." And for those of us children in the 1970s, it was the Silver Jubilee. The Queen meant street parties for us, and everyone made such a big fuss of it being 25 years, we frankly thought she'd already been Queen forever. And that's what she was, for us and subsequent generations, our forever Queen, who would serve our country for another 45 years. And right honourable members for Peckham, for Doncaster North, for Chingford have all described how, when they became Privy Councillors and when they left their office, She invited them to tea once they'd left their job, and the remarkable thing is, she did it for dozens of us. Every departing cabinet minister or party leader. And I was invited after the 2010 election. We drank tea. She asked me how we had managed with the kids as being cabinet ministers. And I said chaotically. And we talked about housing as well. And others have described the kindness that she showed in those meetings, but I think it was much more than that. She didn't invite us when we were on the way up. She didn't invite us when we were playing a constitutional role. She only invited us when it was all over and when the cameras had gone home. And most of us don't like to talk about our downfall, and so most people never knew she even held those teas. And I said then, it was very kind of you to do this. She said it was to recognise and to say thank you for public service. And that said much more about her than it did for the service that any of her cabinet ministers had shown, because it showed how privately, even more than publicly, she believed in selfless duty and valuing public service to our country. And yes, she showed that sense of mischief. And I think no one has told the story that so many of us must have heard John Prescott, the Lord Prescott, tell of his first Privy Council meeting with Claire Short, who was International Development Secretary at the time, and who, according to John, had arrived late with a large handbag and a pile of papers. And as they stood to hear the Privy Council business read out, suddenly Claire's phone began to ring. And Claire rummaged fast, was unable to find it in her handbag before the noise eventually subsided. The call went unanswered, and the Queen simply said, "Oh dear, I do hope that wasn't anyone important." And rightly, many members paid tribute yesterday to the address that the Queen gave just 2 weeks into the first lockdown. Thousands of people had already died, thousands more were being rushed to hospital, unable to breathe. Schools were closed, families were split up, churches, mosques, synagogues, all shut. Parliament had closed, and the Prime Minister was very ill. And all of the institutions we relied on and took for granted were either closed or under strain, except for the Queen. And only the Queen, our forever Queen, who had been a constant through ups and downs, could give us that message. But it wasn't just her authority in invoking those wartime sacrifices. She captured the yearning of a country to come together just as we needed to stay apart. And she invoked those British values that I want to finish with, Mr. Speaker. The attributes of self-discipline, of quiet, good-humoured resolve, and of fellow feeling still characterise this country. The words she used to describe us, but the words so many of us have used to describe her. And that's why she was so important to us, because she embodied the values that we want to see still as British: the resilience, the strength, the kindness, the fairness, the common decency, the determined optimism that things will get better because we will make them so, and that selfless duty to commitment to public service. She held up a mirror to our nation of what we want to be. She may not be the forever Queen that I still believed in at that Silver Jubilee, but those values that she stood up for were forever values, and those are her legacy now.
Yeah. Amanda Milling.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My thoughts and prayers, and those of my Cannock Chase constituents, are with His Majesty the King and all the royal family who have lost a much-loved mother, grandmother and great-grandmother. For us, we've lost a Queen who dutifully served our country through every high and low that we have faced. From war to the pandemic, Her late Majesty has remained the constant, providing quiet but steadfast leadership and showing that whatever we face, our great country can come together. I, like many members of this House, had the real privilege to meet the Queen. The first time I met the Queen was when I was appointed Deputy Chief Whip. We've heard from several former whips during these tributes about the various duties that are undertaken. My first meeting with the Queen was for wand swapping, the exchange of the wands of office between the outgoing and the incoming deputy. Mr. Speaker, now members who know me well in this House will know that I'm not known for being very quiet. but I was so nervous. I was really worried I was going to mess up all the protocols. So, ahead of going in, I just went totally silent. And there were colleagues and friends there, including my right honourable friend, the member for Pudsey. He was a bit baffled and turned around and went, gosh, where's Amanda gone? But as many members have remarked on, she had an amazing ability to put you at ease, including that smile. The length and breadth of our country, the Queen was loved and admired, including in Cannock Chase. But this love and admiration stretched across the world, something that I personally saw on overseas visits. And of course, Mr. Speaker, this is true for our overseas territories, a number of which I've visited in the past year. Whether, Mr. Speaker, in a snowstorm at Goose Green in the Falklands, where we both were, or in the heat of Anguilla, you could not help being moved every time the national anthem was played. You could see and feel the admiration felt by the people of the overseas territories. For those of us in this place, we chose to go into public life because we want to make our great country better for those that we serve. And in Her late Majesty, we could not have had a better example to follow. Her unparalleled record of public service stood as an inspiration. We have been lucky to have her wise counsel and calm leadership over the past 70 years. For the country and around the world, Her late Majesty was a figurehead for all that the United Kingdom represents. I offer His Majesty the King and his family my heart.
You're watching scenes from the House of Commons live here on Sky News, where senior MPs have been swearing their allegiance to the new King, making that oath in the House of Commons. They are now paying tributes to the Queen, many personal stories of meeting the Queen. We will continue to follow those events in the House of Commons, but right now we're going to return to events at Balmoral. Members of the royal family who are still there will be holding a private service there this afternoon. We can speak to Greg Milan, who's at Balmoral for us. Greg, what more details do we have at this stage?
Yeah, as you say, we knew some members of the royal family are still here at Balmoral, and we now know that shortly they will make their way. It's only a very short journey to the Cratty Church, the church that has been for decades the church for the royal family when they're here in Balmoral. They will make that journey there for a short service. We're told that will be the Princess Royal, her husband, Commander Tim Lawrence, the Earl and Countess of Wessex, Prince Edward and his wife Sophie, of course, the Duke of York, the Princess Royal's daughter Zara Tyndall, her son Peter Phillips, and the Duke of York's daughters Eugenie and Beatrice will be in that group, making that short journey, as I say, for a service here. And it has been a place since Thursday, but certainly today as well, where hundreds of people have come and paid their tributes. People from far and wide choosing this place to come and lay flowers, leave messages, and see the other tributes. A very thoughtful, very reflective mood here on a beautiful day in Balmoral. Among those who've come to lay their flowers, as we can see, Cash and Yvonne, you've come not too far to be here. Just tell us, first of all, Yvonne, why it was important for you to come.
It was important for me because it was important for my grandson. It was for me because we're neighbours. You know, we've been neighbours for a wee while, but it's important to support neighbours and their families. But in actual fact, it was Cash who had said, could we go? I would like to lay flowers for the Queen. He's very attached in a way to what's been going on. We've seen the traffic, we've seen the busyness of the area. So, yeah, we wanted to come and lay flowers and mark our respects for a wonderful Queen that we've had for a very long time.
Well, Cash, tell us why was it important to you to come along?
Well, it's because from all of my life, she's been like the Queen for me, and I feel like for how funny and respectful she was for the community, I feel like we owe her M1. So I wanted to come here to lay my tributes.
It's a really nice sentiment. We can see going on behind you the preparations for that short journey that the family are going to make. Yvonne, you mentioned that the people here did see the Queen as a neighbour, someone part of the community. They respected her privacy here, and she was very much a support to the community. Just tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, quite a lot of the people around here have met the Queen. She walks freely, around here. She shops in the local town in Ballater. There she goes to church here, or she did. And she was very much a person of the people around here. She was very fond of here and very fond of the people here. And that was reciprocated. I mean, the people here love the Queen and have done for all the times that she's been coming here. And it shows you the amount of times she's come here, how respectful and receptive the community here have been of the royal family on their visits here and living here.
It does feel very personal when you talk to people here about this being a loss of a monarch, yes, but of a friend and neighbour.
Absolutely. I mean, she is treated like a neighbour here, and she treats the people here as her neighbours as well. Yes.
And Cash, we saw the new king speaking last night. What you're 10 years old. I mean, what did you make of what the king had to say?
To be honest, I feel it will be kind of weird to get used to our king because, as I said, for my whole life, she's been a queen for me. So I feel like I'll get used to him being the king, but it feels kind of weird without the queen being around to spread her joy.
I think a lot of people feel the same. It will take some getting used to. You watched that speech last night. What did you make of it?
I thought it spoke very well for a man in mourning for his mum and the responsibilities he's having to take on at the very same time as losing your mum. You can empathise with that. And I think he did very well. He spoke very well and he included everybody in what he was saying. I think he'll make a good job, but we have to give him his time.
Cash, Yvonne, thanks very much for talking to us. We'll let you get back to laying the flowers. I think it might be delayed a little bit now by the preparations for those other members of the royal family, as I mentioned, who we understand will leave the gates of Balmoral and make the short journey to the Cratty Church for a private family service that will take place there. And I think for those who are here, that will be a moment that they'll look forward to, because I think they've come here to pay tribute to the Queen and the family, of course, and show their support to someone they knew very dearly here.
Greg, thank you. Greg Milam at Balmoral for us this afternoon. Well, joining me now, former Chancellor and Foreign Secretary Philip Hammond, who was the last Foreign Secretary to travel with the Queen on an overseas trip. Mr. Hammond, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Pleasure.
Your memories of the Queen, perhaps you can tell us what it was like to travel with the Queen on a foreign trip.
Well, it is the privilege of foreign secretaries to travel with the monarch whenever the monarch goes abroad. And of course, as we all know, if you really want to get to know somebody better, travel with them. And travelling with the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh was a real experience. She'd already started to travel less during my period as Foreign Secretary from 2014 to 2016. But we did an incredibly successful state visit to Germany, which started out with at a very relatively low key and built a momentum of its own, so that by the end of the visit, we had, it seemed, virtually every person in Berlin out on the pavements. And the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, of course, both have a tremendous sense of humour. And having the opportunity to travel with them and, spend some time in an aeroplane, the opportunities to experience that humour grow. But in fact, my favourite memory of the Queen's humour comes from the period when I was Defence Secretary, and the Queen, at her Diamond Jubilee, attended a meeting of the Cabinet. And after that meeting of the Cabinet, we all trooped in to one of the staterooms at Downing Street to have a photograph taken. And everybody was lined up in tiers, with the Queen sitting at the front, and the photographer, as photographers often do on these kind of occasions, fussed around, asking people to move a bit to the left, move a bit to the right. Took forever to get everybody where she wanted them. And then the photographer took 3 or 4 shots in rapid succession and said thank you. And the Queen said in a rather incredulous tone, "Well, is that it?" And everybody burst out laughing. And of course, the photographer then took another photograph, and the Queen knew exactly what was going to happen. So in that second photograph, which I have on the wall of my study at home, the Queen is perfectly composed, sat looking exactly like she did in the first photograph, because she knew exactly what was going to happen. Everybody else is in disarray, with their mouths open, laughing, looking all over the place. And I think that really just sums up, A, the Queen's sense of humour, and B, that wisdom that she had. She always knew how to manage things, how to handle things.
Yeah, the Queen had literally been there, seen it and done it. I love that. And that's perhaps, Philip Hammond, why you never see a bad photograph of the Queen. Talk to me what it was like to be a politician and deal with the Queen, because the Queen as head of state cannot be political, but it is Her Majesty's government. It was a very fine line to tread. Over the last few days, we've heard of how perfectly she did that. You can't, of course, divulge private conversations with the Queen. That is the nature of, what goes on between politicians and the Queen. But perhaps you can give us a sense of, did she bring you comfort? Did she give you guidance? What was that relationship like?
Well, I think she did it by listening. So, obviously the Prime Minister who sees the Queen, sees the Sovereign every week, has much more opportunity for a genuine interaction. But as Defence Secretary, which I was for 3 years before I was Foreign Secretary, when I used to interact with the Queen and other members of the royal family, they have a tremendous interest in and deep knowledge of the armed forces, and a real, genuine, deep interest in the armed forces. So, yes, they were actually a source of information and intelligence, if you like, because they often knew more about the armed forces and particular regiments and their history than I did. When I was Chancellor, perhaps not everybody knows that the night before the budget, the Chancellor traditionally goes to the palace to give the Queen a preview of the budget. That was a slightly different situation because the Queen was clearly less engaged in those kind of matters and less able to comment on them because they are intrinsically more political than she was issues relating to the Army or the Navy or the Air Force, where her genuine deep interest and knowledge was able to shine through. And of course, in the role of Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs, the Queen has a tremendous knowledge of and interest in foreign affairs, but in particular the affairs of the Commonwealth, where she's travelled far more extensively and met far more heads of government and senior figures around the Commonwealth than even the longest-serving Foreign Secretary could ever hope to achieve. So she's a genuine source of inspiration, guidance and advice in relation to those matters.
Mr. Hammond, I really didn't want to interrupt you while you were telling your tales of the Queen, but viewers will have seen on your screens as you were talking, Mr. Hammond, the Queen Consort Camilla arriving here at Buckingham Palace around an hour or so ago. We saw the new King, King Charles III, return to the palace after the official proclamation earlier on here in London at St James's Palace and then again in the City of London. But that is the Queen Consort Camilla arriving at Buckingham Palace. The new King has a busy afternoon of audiences with key political figures and church leaders. But Mr. Hammond, if I could just rejoin you for a moment, just to ask you another question about the value of the monarchy when it comes to those overseas trips you were talking about. As we've mentioned, and as has been talked about so much, the monarch cannot be political, but there is that quiet subtlety. There is that advantage of having them when you go out and about in the world to other Commonwealth countries or countries outside of the Commonwealth.
Absolutely, and the monarch carries a tremendous sense of authority, and I think it has enormously added to Britain's influence in the world, having not just a monarchy, but having had a monarch of such stature as Queen Elizabeth II. And it has meant, and I was very struck when I was listening to President Macron yesterday, paying his tribute, that it has meant that even when there are perhaps times of tension between governments, the relationship at head of state level remains a different one and is untouched, if you like, by any issues that may be causing any kind of friction between governments. And the Queen was so widely respected in many republics around the world. I mean, if you say to anyone in France or Germany, the Queen, they will never say to you, which Queen do you mean? They know immediately that you are talking about the Queen of England. And the affection in which the Queen was held in many republican European countries always struck me as rather ironic, and I'm sure also greatly amused the Queen herself.
Yeah, you reference Emmanuel Macron's tribute to the Queen. A lot of people have been citing the words that he used, saying that she who marked the history of her country, our continent, and her century, talking about the giants of history and how she joins them. Perhaps you'd indulge with just one more question before we let you go, Mr. Hammond. It is a time for reflection on the passing of the Queen, but there's also quite celebration of the new king and a look ahead to the future of the monarchy. Everything has changed. What are your thoughts and wishes for the new king?
Well, first of all, on the institution of the monarchy, I've never been in any doubt myself that the monarchy adds huge value through the stability it brings to our constitutional system. But if anybody had been in any doubt, the events of the last few days should have put those doubts to one side, because what we have seen is the way in which constitutional monarchy allows the most important role, the head of state role, to transmit seamlessly, and the business of government, the continuity of the state, to be apparent to everybody without any fuss or any dispute or any disruption. Contrast with a country where the head of state is elected or selected in some other way, where there would now have to be a process, there would be an interregnum. This smooth transition of the sovereign power from one monarch to the next is part of the strength of our system and part of the strength of monarchy. And I think also much has been said about King Charles's very long apprenticeship and the very long period in which he's had the opportunity to think about the role and how he wants to use it to leave his mark on the 21st century. And I think it will be a different type of reign. I think he will be a different type of sovereign because he grew up in a different era. Queen Elizabeth grew up in the pre-war world, which was very different from the post-war world that Prince Charles grew up in. But also, Queen Elizabeth was queen for almost the whole of her adult life. So her ability to experience beyond the boundaries of being monarch, with all the constraints that imposes, was limited. King Charles has spent decades of his adult life able to enjoy experiences way beyond the confines of being the monarch. And I think he therefore has a breadth of experience and a depth of understanding of so many things that he will now bring to bear in his role as sovereign.
Philip Hammond, former Foreign Defence Secretary and Defence Secretary and Chancellor. We've been through all of your previous posts with the Queen. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts this afternoon. It's been a great insight. And I've just found one of those quotes from Emmanuel Macron that Philip Hammond mentioned. She who stood with the giants of the 20th century on the path of history has now left to join them, the words of the French president about the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. Well, a lot has happened so far today. We can take a look back at the events. King Charles III was earlier formally announced monarch. This was at the Accession Council, attended by around 200 Privy Councillors. Also present, the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, the new Prince of Wales and Camilla, the Queen Consort. It was chaired by the newly appointed Lord President of the Council and Leader of the House of Commons, Penny Mordaunt.
My Lords, it is my sad duty to inform you that Her Most Gracious Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, has passed away on Thursday, the 8th of September, 2022, at Balmoral Castle.
We, therefore, the Lords spiritual and temporal of this realm, and members of the House of Commons, together with other members of Her late Majesty's Privy Council, and representatives of the realms and territories, aldermen and citizens of London and others, do now hereby, with one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of his other realms and territories, King, head of the Commonwealth, defender of the faith, to whom we do acknowledge all faith and obedience with humble affection, beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless his majesty with long and happy years to reign over us. God save the King.
God save the King.
After the accession proclamation text was read aloud, the Prince of Wales then signed the official document, followed by other senior members of the council, also called the Platform Party, including the Queen Consort, as well as the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss.
First Lord of the Treasury and Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
The senior members of the Platform Party then filed out of that room to wait for the new king. As the country's previous 6 prime ministers stood solemn side by side with their arms folded in front of them. Then Charles III joined the ceremony in the throne room and took his seat before reading aloud the Declaration and the Oath of Scotland.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen, it is my most sorrowful duty to announce to you the death of my beloved mother, the Queen. I know how deeply you, the entire nation, and I think I may say the whole world, sympathize with me in the irreparable loss we've all suffered. It is the greatest consolation to me to know of the sympathy expressed by so many to my sister and brothers, and that such overwhelming affection and support should be extended to our whole family in our loss. To all of us as a family, as to this kingdom and the wider family of nations of which it is a part, my mother gave an example of lifelong love and of selfless service. My mother's reign was unequaled in its duration, its dedication and its devotion. Even as we grieve, we give thanks for this most faithful life. I am deeply aware of this great inheritance and of the duties and heavy responsibilities of sovereignty, which have now passed to me. In taking up these responsibilities, I shall strive to follow the inspiring example I have been set in upholding constitutional government and to seek the peace, harmony and prosperity of the peoples of these islands and of the Commonwealth realms and territories throughout the world. In this purpose, I know that I shall be upheld by the affection and loyalty of the peoples whose sovereign I have been called upon to be, and that in the discharge of these duties, I will be guided by the counsel of their elected parliaments. In all this, I am profoundly encouraged by the constant support of my beloved wife. I take this opportunity to confirm my willingness and intention to continue the tradition of surrendering the hereditary revenues, including the Crown Estate, to my government for the benefit of all, in return for the sovereign grant, which supports my official duties as head of state and head of nation. And in carrying out the heavy task that has been laid upon me, and to which I now dedicate what remains to me of my life, I pray for the guidance and help of Almighty God.
The new king, who is now also the new head of the Church of England. Well, let's bring in our royal commentator. Let's bring in our royal commentator now, Alistair Bruce. Alistair, put into historical context what we have witnessed so far today.
It's a function of the Constitution to formally note the death of the Queen and the accession of the new King. And today is a day within the period of mourning of some celebration, because King Charles III has been proclaimed. And the proclamation took place in London, at St James's Palace, and also at the City of London's Royal Exchange. And then it will carry on to different parts around the country. But we saw it done within the Accession Council, and the first time it's ever been filmed. The Accession Council evolves from Saxon times, but the Accession Council first met to mark an accession at the death of Queen Elizabeth I in 1603. When the new king was the King of Scots and therefore some way away from London, and some function needed to take place in order to move things forward. So it's a major moment of history that we've seen it and shared in it for the first time. It's also historic that it hasn't just been men for the first time. So in the late Queen's reign, much changed, and we mark that today.
Alistair, we're witnessing so much history in such a short space of time. This really is a momentous few days, a momentous week ahead. Let's just take it step by step in terms of the new king. We saw him return here to Buckingham Palace just over an hour or so ago, followed by the Queen Consort Camilla around 20 minutes ago. We understand he'll be holding a number of audiences today with top political figures and leaders of the Church of England. Talk to me about what will be happening. And it's happening in the 1844 room, which has particular significance and will be familiar to our viewers.
Yes, it's a room that basically is on the ground floor of the palace and overlooks the garden at the back. And it was basically completed in 1844. And it's given that name, but it's one where the Queen often has recorded her broadcast to the nation at Christmas, and it's also where the Queen traditionally received her Privy Council, and I'm sure that the King will do the same. And so for principal audiences, it is where monarchs have traditionally taken that moment. And so the various people who come see the King and be held in audience will come into what's called the Bow Room, which is at the back of the palace, and then shown by the King's equerry into his presence with an introduction. Then the door closes and the King will have a chance to talk to people like the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Prime Minister, other cabinet ministers who are coming to see the King, presumably to have the confirmation of the Queen's approval of their appointment in the last reign, and also the Dean of Westminster. There's a packed programme, not only of government ministers, but also of leaders of the opposition parties, because not only is the leader of the leading party, that at the moment is the Labour Party in opposition, the leader of His Majesty's opposition, but also the King is in a learning mode of reappraising himself and knowing everything about his kingdom as quickly as possible.
And it is that last audience of the afternoon, Alistair, that may well carry the heaviest weight for the new king, and that is meeting with the head of the Church of England.
The Archbishop of Canterbury will be a great guide to the new king. There will be, obviously, in due course, the moment when the Queen is laid to rest. The Archbishop of Canterbury will play a part in that process. But we know that coming in the future is the coronation of King Charles III. And by ancient tradition, the Primate of all England, who is the Archbishop of Canterbury, will crown the monarch and anoint the monarch. And so that...
Alistair, I just have to interrupt you for the moment. We are looking at live scenes from Balmoral, where members of the royal family who have remained at Balmoral are heading to the chapel in the grounds for a private service. Let's speak to our correspondent, Greg Milam, who is there. Greg, talk us through what's going to be happening there this afternoon.
Yeah, well, we just saw some vehicles, the gates open of Balmoral, and some vehicles leave. We knew that there were plans for the members of the royal family who are remaining here, who remained here at Balmoral, to attend a church service, a short church service at the Crathy Church, which is the church the royal family have always used here at Balmoral. Only a 10-minute journey up the road here, and it appears that they've made their way. It wasn't clear who was inside those vehicles, but they've made their way to that church. More coming up from here a little later.
Greg, thank you. We'll continue to follow events at Balmoral and, of course, events unfolding here in London this afternoon as King Charles III is officially proclaimed king. He is in residence here at Buckingham Palace with a number of audiences planned for this afternoon. We will keep you up to date with all the latest. Well, a very good afternoon to you from Buckingham Palace, with Charles III now officially proclaimed king. The new monarch was confirmed at an ancient ceremony called the Accession Council, televised for the very first time.
Carrying out the heavy task that has been laid upon me, and to which I now dedicate what remains to me of my life, I pray for the guidance and help of Almighty God.
Watching on, some of the most senior figures in the country, including every living Prime Minister. And a very public announcement as King Charles III was proclaimed the new monarch for the first time.
Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III.
And gun salutes rang out across the United Kingdom in honour of the new king.
And all the while, people across the country, including here in Windsor, paid their respects to the Queen. The cheers from the crowds for the new monarch ahead of meetings with the government, the opposition and church leaders. And the Prime Minister and other MPs swearing their allegiance to the King in a rare Saturday sitting of the House of Commons.
Good afternoon to you from Buckingham Palace. King Charles is meeting senior political figures this afternoon in the building behind me. after a special ceremony earlier which officially proclaimed him as king. Well, every living Prime Minister was present at the Accession Council, which saw the monarch pay tribute to his mother and make a public declaration and oath. The King has declared the day of Queen Elizabeth's funeral a bank holiday, though the date is yet to be formally announced. King Charles III was officially announced monarch at the Accession Council, attended by around 200 Privy Councillors. Also present, the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, the new Prince of Wales, and Camilla, the Queen Consort.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen, it is my most sorrowful duty to announce to you the death of my beloved mother, the Queen. I know how deeply you, the entire nation, and I think I may say the whole world, sympathise with me in the irreparable loss we've all suffered. It is the greatest consolation to me to know of the sympathy expressed by so many to my sister and brothers, and that such overwhelming affection and support should be extended to our whole family in our loss. To all of us as a family, as to this kingdom and the wider family of nations of which it is a part, my mother gave an example of lifelong love and of selfless service. My mother's reign was unequaled in its duration, its dedication and its devotion. Even as we grieve, we give thanks for this most faithful life. I am deeply aware of this great inheritance and of the duties and heavy responsibilities of sovereignty, which have now passed to me. In taking up these responsibilities, I shall strive to follow the inspiring example I have been set in upholding constitutional government and to seek the peace, harmony and prosperity of the peoples of these islands and of the Commonwealth realms and territories throughout the world. In this purpose, I know that I shall be upheld by the affection and loyalty of the peoples whose sovereign I have been called upon to be, and that in the discharge of these duties, I will be guided by the counsel of their elected parliaments. In all this, I am profoundly encouraged by the constant support of my beloved wife. I take this opportunity to confirm my willingness and intention to continue the tradition of surrendering the hereditary revenues, including the Crown Estate, to my government for the benefit of all, in return for the sovereign grant, which supports my official duties as head of state and head of nation. And in carrying out the heavy task that has been laid upon me, and to which I now dedicate what remains to me of my life, I pray for the guidance and help of Almighty God.
Then the Garter King of Arms read the official proclamation of Charles as King.
Whereas it has pleased Almighty God to call to his mercy our late Sovereign Lady, Queen Elizabeth II, of blessed and glorious memory, by whose decease the crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is solely and rightfully come to the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George. We, therefore, the Lords spiritual and temporal of this realm, and members of the House of Commons, together with other members of Her late Majesty's Privy Council and representatives of the realms and territories, aldermen and citizens of London and others, do now hereby, with one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III. By the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of his other realms and territories, King, head of the Commonwealth, defender of the faith, to whom we do acknowledge all faith and obedience with humble affection, beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless his majesty with long and happy years to reign over us. Given at St. James's Palace this 10th day of September in the year of our Lord, 2022.
The captain of the King's Guard will now order the troops to present arms, and the colour will be lowered. And then God save the King.
Well, marking the formal proclamation of the King here in London, in Scotland, the Queen's family have been at Balmoral, attending a private service to remember her. Let's speak to Greg Milam, our correspondent, who's at Balmoral. Greg, give us an idea of who left the Balmoral estate in those cars that we're looking at there.
Yeah, well, we knew that some members of the Queen's family had remained here, even though the new King had left, of course, to go and fulfil those ceremonial duties, and those members who had remained, the senior members of the royal family, are attending that service at Crathy Church. It's a short walk, a very short drive from the gates of Balmoral. Among them, the Princess Royal, Princess Anne, her husband, Commander Tim Lawrence, the Earl and Countess of Wessex, Prince Edward and his wife Sophie, of course, the Duke of York in that group, and also some of their children, Zara Tyndall, Peter Phillips, the Princess Royal's children, Princesses Eugenie and Beatrice as well. So those members of the family attending that family, private family service at the church, which has been the church for the royal family since the 1840s, since Queen Victoria first embraced it back then, and has been a favourite of the family ever since. And for those members of the public, and hundreds of them have passed through here during the course of the day, who were here at that moment, a chance to at least see the family leave through the gates of Balmoral to attend that service. It's been a day of tributes from an awful lot of people here. I think among them certainly people who've come from far and wide, but particularly I think for those who live nearby to Balmoral, who, as we've heard a number of times over the last few days, see the Queen as part of their community, have always felt of her as a neighbour, someone who they would meet and see quite often, and certainly who appreciated the privacy that she was given by them during her many years here. So they were able to see the family group leave. I think there's a desire certainly as well for them to continue to grieve for the Queen, to pay their tributes. They want to know what will happen next, and the Queen's final journey from Balmoral, of course, and those details will come in due course. But I think important for a lot of people from this area to be here and pay their respects today.
Greg, thank you. Those sentiments echoed by many of the people making the journey to Buckingham Palace today. Well, tonight and every night during this period of national mourning, you'll have another chance to see the events of the day. That's at 9 o'clock at night. Trevor Phillips will be presenting a royal special, The Death of the Queen, live from here at the Palace. Well, the House of Commons is sitting this afternoon. This is for a second day of tributes from MPs to the Queen. Senior members have also today been swearing the oath of allegiance to the new King, King Charles III. This is the scene right now. Let's listen in.
To know exactly what message we needed during the COVID pandemic. She knew through our collective endeavour that we would get through, and that that beacon that she set at the end of the road, which I think will be etched forever in the rock of our nation, we will meet again. Her generation knew loss in the darkest of hours, and her dedication to duty told her that at her darkest of times, she must lead by example. And she sat alone.
Let's bring in our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who has been listening to the tributes being paid to the Queen in the House of Commons this afternoon. John.
Well, that's Clive Efford, the Labour MP for Eltham down in south-east London, former London cabbie. And it's been interesting just listening to tributes from both sides of the House, that the tributes from the Labour side and the other opposition parties have been just as generous as those from the Tory side, who you might think might have been a bit more pro-loyalist. Let me bring you a little bit of breaking news, Sarah Jane, because Downing Street have just announced that the Prime Minister has had a phone call with Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India, who clearly has rung the PM with his condolences about the death of the Queen. The Prime Minister spoke to Prime Minister Modi this afternoon following the death of Her Majesty, says Number 10. The PM thanked him for his heartfelt condolences, which he said were on behalf of 1.3 billion Indians. The leaders acknowledged the grief felt by so many people of the UK and India, paid tribute to the Queen's lifetime of service, and they talked about agreeing to the vital importance of UK-India relationship. Look forward to meeting in person in the near future. That suggests that Prime Minister Modi may well be coming to the Queen's funeral, which is not confirmed yet. We believe it's going to be a week on Monday, the 19th of September. President Biden has indicated that he is planning to come, and I would have thought if the President of the United States is coming, likely a lot of other senior world leaders will be coming. As for what's happening in the House of Commons chamber, it's day 2 of the tributes. Now, what happened today was that the Commons started meeting at 1 o'clock, and after prayers, the Speaker, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, became the first MP to swear allegiance to the new King. He was followed by the Prime Minister, a few members of the Cabinet, government business managers and so on, and some opposition leaders, including Sir Keir Starmer. Then we got into tributes, which there is Liz Truss. This ceremony today is virtually identical to what we see after a general election, when MPs have just been returned to the House of Commons. They have to swear allegiance to the monarch. And so that was Liz Truss. And then behind her was Penny Mordaunt, the new leader of the House of Commons and Lord President of the Council, who you will have seen presided over that ceremony at St James's Palace this morning. Affectionate tributes, again, as there were yesterday. The Speaker revealed late last night, just before the House rose about 11, 182 MPs paid tribute yesterday. Some of the highlights today, well, there's a story, Yvette Cooper from Labour told a story that many of us have heard many times. John Prescott always used to tell it, about a meeting of the Privy Council when Claire Short, who was the International Development Secretary in Tony Blair's government, rushed in late carrying a huge handbag, and her mobile phone went off, started ringing during this meeting of the Privy Council, and the Queen gave her a withering look and said, "I hope that wasn't anyone important." Claire Short, hugely embarrassed, as you can imagine. Then we've heard from some Tory ministers about what a daunting prospect it is when you go to get made a Privy Councillor. Grant Shapps was saying that he almost made a complete mess of kneeling down and getting the whole ceremony wrong because he couldn't really see what was going on. And there was a nice anecdote from the Labour side from Stephen Timms. Now, he's a former Labour minister who's MP for East Ham in East London. He was talking about back in 1987 when they were about to open the new or build the new London City Airport. And there were objectors to the proposal because of aircraft noise and so on. And some of the objectors were invited to a meeting with the Queen, and there was much trepidation about how this would go. It might go terribly badly. And when the objectors were asked to say what their objections were, they said, "Oh, we're terribly worried about the aircraft noise." And the Queen, Mr. Tim said, looked at them and said, "Oh, yes, I know. The aircraft noise above Windsor Castle's terrible as well." So that was just an example, of a flavour of some of the anecdotes we've been hearing from MPs on all sides of the House this afternoon. Very affectionate tributes, a lot of personal stories from MPs. We just heard from Greg Clark a few minutes ago, talking about how he was delighted to go to Windsor back in July and get reappointed to the Cabinet. So lots of personal stories, some amusing ones, and this is day 2 of the tributes, going to sit again late tonight, and then there's going to be a humble address to the new King later on tonight. So another busy day in the Commons.
John, thank you. Some wonderful stories and some real little insights of those who have actually met the Queen and worked with her in many instances as well. We're at Buckingham Palace this afternoon. Behind me, you can probably see thousands of people continuing to file patiently down the Mall to get here to Buckingham Palace. Whole families coming down, families, friends, making new friends along the way, because it is quite a mission to get down here, such as the volume of people at the moment. But in true British tradition, everybody queuing patiently, and they're making their way to the gates of Buckingham Palace to lay flowers and pay their respects. The floral tribute's actually being moved to the park next door to Buckingham Palace, Green Park. That's very much going to be the focal point for floral tributes and those making the visit to London, or indeed making the visit to Windsor over the coming days. Samantha Washington is there at the Queen's main residence, somewhere she spent so much time and was living permanently after the pandemic. Samantha.
Yes, that's exactly right, Sarah Jane. The official residence might be the one that's behind you, but this, as you say, was the private residence of Her Majesty the Queen at the weekends, very deeply ingrained in Her Majesty's life and indeed the lives of the royal family. It's where they used to host Christmas before the big fire which destroyed large swathes of the castle, and then Christmas was relocated to Sandringham. It is also the place that has been the venue, of course, for many royal weddings, most recently the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. Also the King Charles III and Camilla had their dedication service here as well. It will also be the place that after the funeral, Her Majesty the Queen's coffin will venture here to be reunited in its final resting place alongside her mother, the Queen Mother, and King George VI, her father, of course. And as you were saying there, well-wishers here coming to pay their respect in their throngs. There are people lining the streets. They've come from locally, many people from Windsor itself, also from surrounding towns in Berkshire, and many have also come from further afield. And joining me now is David, who has joined us here. He's come down from Stockton-on-Tees via Cheltenham. Just tell us, David, why you decided to come down today.
I just felt, obviously, just with what's been going on, I just felt it was my duty. It just felt that I just wanted to be here. I've seen on the telly the number of people at Buckingham Palace, and I just wanted to come here and just give my respects to the Queen and to the family.
And when you heard the news, what did you think?
I was distraught. I was really, really upset. I always considered the Queen as being like a grandma, like an extra grandma in effect. Even though I'd never met her, she just seemed like people have described as being like a grandma. You know, just thought so much of her.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so you're clearly in great admiration of Her Majesty.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, have been for years. Yeah.
We are now in a new era. The Elizabethan era is over. We now have a new monarch, King Charles III. What are your aspirations for his reign?
I think he's going to do really well. You know, I think he's learnt a lot from his mum, and you could see that from the speech that he gave. You know, and I think he's going to be really good. I really do.
Do you think there will be many changes from the way the royal family has conducted itself until now?
I don't think so. No, I think he'll certainly put things in place his way, but I think, you know, because of the admiration that he had for his mum, he'll want to continue things as they were.
Many people have questioned over the years about the relevance of the royal family. what do you think? Do you think that they are still relevant to modern society?
Oh, absolutely, more than ever. I mean, especially now with social media, you know, and I think the new king will be using social media a lot more. I mean, you know, the Queen started to use Zoom, you know, during COVID, which was absolutely tremendous, you know, and I think that the younger generation now will sort of learn a lot more about the monarchy.
And just quickly before we hand back, you've come down, you've put down some flowers. What else are you doing here?
Just spending the day in Windsor, you know, it's a strange atmosphere, as you know, people want to be happy, but at the same time, people are sad, you know, and I just think everybody being together, and there's literally thousands of people here today, it's an amazing experience, amazing atmosphere.
Thank you very much, David, for talking to us here at Sky News, very much encapsulating the mood here. It's moved on from a sense of bewildered, stunned sentiment here amongst the crowd into people just wanting to gather and pay their respects, and to do so amongst many other people also doing the same thing. Back to you, SJ, at Buckingham Palace.
Sam, thank you very much. Samantha Washington there at Windsor for us today. Milena Veselinovic is in amongst the crowds behind me here at Buckingham Palace. Milena, as Sam was making reference to there, so many mixed emotions from people over the last few days, but very much a sense of people wanting to go somewhere, wanting to bring flowers, to talk to other people about this momentous, historic moment that we're witnessing. What have they been saying to you?
Indeed, there is this sense that people have come together in that shared collective grief, really, and reflection as to what the Queen meant to them. And you can see here, this has become a focal point for flowers, many, many bouquets, and each one of them with a personal message to the Queen, some from older people whose lives really reflected their reign, some of them from younger children, but all of them thanking the Queen for her service, and really a sense that people want to be together and experience this historic moment with others and share those feelings and emotions with them. And we can be joined now by Lisa, who's also come to lay flowers and give her tribute to the Queen. What compelled you to come here this morning?
Well, like everybody else, I wanted to pay my respects. I don't think that you have to necessarily be a royalist to have huge admiration for all that the Queen has achieved, her immense dedication. And I just wanted to pay my respects, and I'm lucky enough to live in London. I know some people have had to travel for miles to come here today.
Was it a shock for you when the Queen passed away? She was such a constant in all of our lives.
Yes, I think even though, you know, we all knew that she, was of a certain age and that she'd had recent ill health, I think nothing quite psychologically prepares you, and it does feel very much, well, it is literally the end of an era.
And it's interesting that you say you don't have to be a royalist to feel that weight of change. What do you think it was about the Queen that sort of made her this unifying figure?
I think that she was a woman of the people, that she literally dedicated herself until the end, that she took a real interest, even though she had to be a politically neutral figure. She was very much part of all of the events, not just here in the UK, but, you know, as part of the Commonwealth. And she's globally, you know, she's a global icon.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for sharing your thoughts with us. So thousands of people still gathering, still laying flowers and really experiencing this historic moment together.
Milena, thank you very much. We're going to go from London to Derby. Our correspondent Lisa Dowd is there for us. And Lisa, as Milena was saying, there's this collective sense of grief, of wanting to talk about what's happening. Not everybody can get to London or to Balmoral, but it's being talked about up and down the country.
That's right, we're 100 miles from the action here in Derbyshire, and I suppose a tattoo parlour here at Studio One in Derby City Centre, you probably wouldn't ordinarily have the monarchy on your mind, but it's something, you know, that's inescapable. And Alex, you're just having your tattoo done at the moment, aren't you? And not a Queen's face, I have to add. But can you tell me how you heard
the news of the Queen and how you felt?
So it was actually myself and my girlfriend had gone into the city centre, just do a bit of shopping and get some food. And it was actually one of the shop attendants in one of the shops that had announced it to everyone in the shop. And it was kind of like, I think like I was saying to yourself earlier, it was one of them moments where you kind of, it was inevitable that one day it had happened, but you never thought that they had still come. It was quite a surreal moment, and I think the fact that she's obviously been the monarch for all my lifetime, all my mum's lifetime, and certainly nearly all my grandma's lifetime, it was very surreal, and it's a very surreal moment, really.
What did you think about her?
I'm not a proper, I wouldn't say I'm a royalist, but ultimately I think, from my point of view, I wouldn't 100% know exactly what her involvement was on a day-to-day basis, but ultimately she ran the country, to me, on a very, very well. I think ultimately it's going to be a very sad miss for the whole entire country. Obviously the new King Charles, I think, like he said in his speech yesterday, he's going to carry on what she started, and hopefully we'll do it to the best of his
goes straight
ability.
up to Balmoral, where members of the royal family have been attending a private service to remember the Queen. These are live shots from Balmoral. Apologies for the quality. We think we're just getting the link established. But you see members of the royal family there who have been attending that service. Let's just listen in. They're speaking to well-wishers.
Where do you all come from?
Now, the picture's breaking up ever so slightly, but you can see Prince Andrew leading senior members of the royal family, Princess Anne there as well, Prince Edward, Sophie Wessex, Greg Milam is there at Balmoral. And Greg, we did expect this to happen. So many people coming down to Balmoral to pay their respects to the Queen, and this is what they wanted to see. They wanted to see members of the royal family.
Yeah, and I think we've learned over the years, haven't we, how much these crowds appreciate this personal touch, if you like, this personal moment with members of the royal family, and of course we haven't seen those other members of the royal family in public since Thursday and what happened, but we do now see them here, and that private moment of the service at the Crathy Church, which is so dear to the royal family. But now this public moment, if you like, of taking time to talk to those who are here, but also to view those tributes that have been laid. You can see the Princess Royal, her children, Zara Tyndall and Peter Phillips, her husband, Commander Tim Lawrence, leading that group who have walked from Crathy Church, the Earl and Countess of Wessex as well, and Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie with the Duke of York, and just exchanging a few words with those who are among the hundreds who've made this journey down. Thank you.
Well, it was the Queen who said, grief is the price you pay for love. And as a nation mourns, so do her family. Greg Milam is at Balmoral for us. And Greg, I think watching her family, I mean, we're looking at Zara Tindall there, and you experience every range of emotion with them, from tears to smiles as they come out to look at the flowers and cards that have been. And there they are, thanking, you know, people who they describe as their neighbours. Such is the close-knit community there in Balmoral. This is an extremely poignant and personal moment for the family.
It is, and for many of those people who were here to witness it as well, who have waited, I think, for this moment since Thursday, to see those remaining members of the royal family who are here. Of course, the new king's 3 siblings, 2 of their partners and their children, and there was much that was notable in that decision to walk back from Crathy Church, just a short walk from here, to respond, if you like, to those people who are here, who've been coming in their hundreds all day. And to look at those flowers and those messages and those tributes, and notable to see the Duke of York crouching down, putting his glasses on to read more closely some of those messages, and those personal moments that remind us this is a family in grief. Of the Duke of York hugging his daughter Eugenie, clearly the Princess Royal's daughter Zara Tindall, moved by some of the messages. This is a family that is grieving, but also reflecting that fact that the public that are here, the people that the Queen did call neighbours, part of the community where she lived, also wanted to see them and wanted to be part of this grieving that goes on even as the ceremonies continue in London.
Greg, thank you. Greg Milam following events for us in Balmoral. But the royal family there, within the last few minutes, have attended a private service to remember the Queen, and then made their way to see the tributes that have been paid to her. Well, a lot has happened so far today. Let's take a look back at events.
My lords, it is my sad duty to inform you that Her Most Gracious Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, has passed away on Thursday, the 8th of September, 2022, at Balmoral Castle. I propose that, when certain necessary business has been transacted, a deputation consisting of Her Majesty, His Royal Highness, the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Lord Chancellor, the Archbishop of York, the Prime Minister, the Clerk of the Council, and myself, shall wait on the King and inform him the Council is assembled. I now call on the Clerk of the Council to read aloud the text of the proclamation.
Whereas it has pleased Almighty God to call to His mercy our late Sovereign Lady, Queen Elizabeth II, of blessed and glorious memory, by whose decease the crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is solely and rightfully come to the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George. We, therefore, the Lords spiritual and temporal of this realm, and members of the House of Commons, together with other members of Her late Majesty's Privy Council, and representatives of the realms and territories, aldermen and citizens of London and others, do now hereby, with one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III. God save the King.
God save the King.
First to sign, the Prince of Wales. Her Majesty the Queen Consort. Signing Camilla R. Regina, Queen. The First Lord of the Treasury and Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
And that concludes the business for this part of the Council. I now invite the deputation party to accompany me to wait on the King in the Council chamber.
With echoes of history, another page has been written. The Prince of Wales and the Queen Consort leading through the short distance to the throne room, just through that door. And we will join them in a moment, and there will be other members of the Privy Council who will go with them to attend upon the new King. And for those still here, further signatures will be given under the instructions that we're hearing being given.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen, it is my most sorrowful duty to announce to you the death of my beloved mother, the Queen. I know how deeply you, the entire nation, and I think I may say the whole world, sympathize with me in the irreparable loss we've all suffered. It is the greatest consolation to me to know of the sympathy expressed by so many to my sister and brothers, and that such overwhelming affection and support should be extended to our whole family in our loss. To all of us as a family, as to this kingdom and the wider family of nations of which it is a part, my mother gave an example of lifelong love and of selfless service. My mother's reign was unequaled in its duration, its dedication and its devotion. Even as we grieve, we give thanks for this most faithful life. I am deeply aware of this great inheritance and of the duties and heavy responsibilities of sovereignty which have now passed to me. In taking up these responsibilities, I shall strive to follow the inspiring example I have been set in upholding constitutional government and to seek the peace, harmony and prosperity of the peoples of these islands and of the Commonwealth realms and territories throughout the world. In this purpose, I know that I shall be upheld by the affection and loyalty of the peoples whose sovereign I have been called upon to be, and that in the discharge of these duties, I will be guided by the counsel of their elected parliaments. In all this, I am profoundly encouraged by the constant support of my beloved wife. I take this opportunity to confirm my willingness and intention to continue the tradition of surrendering the hereditary revenues, including the Crown Estate, to my government for the benefit of all, in return for the sovereign grant, which supports my official duties as head of state and head of nation. And in carrying out the heavy task that has been laid upon me, and to which I now dedicate what remains to me of my life, I pray for the guidance and help of Almighty God.
I have with humble duty to crave your Majesty's permission for the publication of your gracious speech.
Approved.
Concerning the security of the Church of Scotland.
I understand that the law requires that I should, at my accession to the Crown, take and subscribe the oath relating to the security of the Church of Scotland. I am ready to do so at this first opportunity. I, Charles III, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of my other realms and territories, King, Defender of the Faith, do faithfully promise and swear that I shall inviolably maintain and preserve the settlement of the true Protestant religion as established by the laws made in Scotland in prosecution of the claim of right, and particularly by an act intituled An Act for Securing the Protestant Religion and Presbyterian Church Government, and by the acts passed in the Parliament of both kingdoms for union of the two kingdoms, together with the government, worship, discipline, rights and privileges of the Church of Scotland. So help me God.
I now invite your Majesty to subscribe both copies of the instrument, confirming the oath has been taken.
Noting that the King is signing Charles Rex, Charles R.
I now invite the witnesses to His Majesty's oath to sign both copies of the instrument.
And for the first time, the Prince of Wales signing William P. for Princeps, which is the Latin for Prince. You will note that for an order in council to be approved by the monarch, just the simple word approved makes it enacted. And the remaining business will be thus attended.
Drafts of two proclamations. 1. Appointing the day of Her late Majesty's state funeral as a bank holiday in England, Wales and Northern Ireland. 2. Appointing the day of Her late Majesty's state funeral as a bank holiday in Scotland. And of two orders in council directing the Lord Chancellor to affix the Great Seal to the proclamations.
Approved.
I now invite your Majesty to sign both proclamations. And that, your Majesty, concludes today's business for the Council.
Members of the Council will now take positions such as they are able, along with the King, the Queen Consort and the Prince of Wales, to witness the proclamation that will take place. But we have witnessed a remarkable moment, the confirmation by the High Council, as it were, the Privy Council of the United Kingdom, of the death of Elizabeth II and of the accession of the new King, Charles III. As you speak, the state trumpeters coming out onto the balcony here above Friary Court. And the intention of this event is to speak to a nation, a Commonwealth in mourning, and to raise the heads of that nation to celebrate that there is a new monarch. From the window onto this balcony will come the pursuivants, heralds, and Kings of Arms of the College of Arms. Also the Sergeants at Arms. The heralds wearing the tabards which show the coat of arms of the King. And here comes the Garter King of Arms, David White, who with the Earl Marshal beside him holds the proclamation.
Whereas it has pleased Almighty God to call to his mercy our late Sovereign Lady, Queen Elizabeth II, of blessed and glorious memory, by whose decease the crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is solely and rightfully come to the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George. We, therefore, the Lords Spiritual and Temporal of this realm, and members of the House of Commons, together with other members of Her late Majesty's Privy Council, and representatives of the realms and territories, aldermen and citizens of London and others, do now hereby, with one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III.
The captain of the King's Guard will now order the troops to present arms, and the colour will be lowered. And then God save the King.
God save the King!
Captain of the King's Guard will now start replacing of headdress, the recovery of the arms, and Garter King of Arms, the Kings of Arms, the heralds, pursuivants of the College of Arms will then, along with the heralds extraordinary, leave from the balcony, and the principal proclamation of the new reign is done. We wait to find out the date of the state funeral of the late Queen, which will be announced later, but
thank you, Earl Marshal, sir.
the nation in mourning has raised its head and will, in the proclamations that take place across the United Kingdom, I see in Edinburgh, the guns are firing in salute to the proclamation having been made, and having completed that gun salute, they fall out as the heralds and kings return into St. James's Palace. The state trumpeters, the last to leave from the balcony. Meanwhile, the Coldstream Guards, who form the King's Guard at the moment on the royal palaces, who have turned out for this moment, form back into position. The Coldstream Guards band, who played for the first formal playing of the national anthem, To God Save the King, and they prepare to march. They're saluting the colour of the parade ground here in Flowery Court. The colour which has been carried and lowered in salute was also adorned with two black mourning bands and also a wreath to mark that this is the anniversary of a battle honour for the King's Guard. City of London, because they fire 62 guns, 20 for the City of London, 21 for the Tower, and an extra 20 because it's a royal fortress. And the Honourable Artillery, the oldest regiment in the British Army there, firing the remnant of those shots from the gun salute as the King's Guard return to their duties, protecting Buckingham Palace and St. James's Palace. And in Hyde Park too, the King's Troop, Royal Horse Artillery, continue to... King George VI changed the name of the King's Troop. It had been the Riding Troop. On the Queen's accession, she wanted to respect her father by keeping the name the King's Troop throughout her reign. And now, of course, the title makes sense with the new king. Coldstream Guards band return to the guardroom here at St. James's Palace.
Number two! Number two! Fire! Fire! Number one! Load! Contact! Number three! Three! Fire!
And Alistair, as the ceremonial here at St. James's Palace comes to an end, we have just seen, I suppose, the full pomp and circumstance of the British state, and something we're going to see much more of during the course of this momentous week, momentous 10 days.
It's going to be very moving because the Queen having died, there is personal views about that all across the nation and around the world. But the ceremonial which is being prepared for her state funeral, whenever that is ultimately announced to be, will demonstrate the very best of what can be done to reflect upon a great reign well lived and well served. But we we'll see much more, as you say, in the coming months as we build up to the coronation of His Majesty the King at Westminster Abbey, a ceremony which is pretty much unchanged since the Archbishop St Dunstan crowned Edgar the Peaceable in the year 973. And the idea that it is the last coronation that still takes place in the Western world is a sign of how traditions evolve and the foundation stone of what people are used to continue. And it doesn't prevent the political process, modernisation and everything else from taking place, but it vests the new king in the context of what we all are, which is people carrying on a national story and adding pages to it. And more pages were added today. The state trumpeters who've been led from Guildhall Yard, along with the other military components, and they will take their position. And you'll see that on the banners of their trumpets are the black mourning ribbons to remind us that this is a sad and muffled occasion.
Well, there we are, the historic events of this morning giving way to sunshine at Buckingham Palace this afternoon. Many people gathering. I can see behind me thousands now coming to pay their respects. So good afternoon from Buckingham Palace with Charles III now officially proclaimed king. The public sadness of the royal family, those who remain at Balmoral, come out to meet well-wishers after attending a prayer service. Seeing the messages for themselves as the public continues to pay tribute 2 days after the Queen's death. The new king was confirmed at an ancient ceremony, the Accession Council, which was televised, you just saw it, for the very first time.
In carrying out the heavy task that has been laid upon me, and to which I now dedicate what remains to me of my life, I pray for the guidance and help of Almighty God.
Watching on, some of the most senior figures in the country, including every living Prime Minister. And a very public proclamation in the most traditional way for King Charles III.
And all the while, people across the country, including here in Windsor, pay their respects to the Queen. The cheers from the crowds for the new monarch ahead of meetings with the government, the opposition and church leaders. And the Prime Minister and other MPs swearing their allegiance to the King in a rare Saturday sitting of the House of Commons.
Good afternoon, then, from Buckingham Palace. King Charles is meeting senior political figures in the building behind me here this afternoon after a special ceremony earlier which officially proclaimed him as king. Every living Prime Minister was present at the Accession Council, which saw the monarch pay tribute to his mother and make a public declaration and oath. The King has declared the day of Queen Elizabeth's funeral a bank holiday, though the date is yet to be announced. In the past hour, the members of the royal family who remain at Balmoral have seen for themselves the tributes left for the Queen. The family greeted crowds outside the estate after attending a private prayer service at Crathie Kirk, the church visited by the Queen during her holidays in Scotland. Members of the family were visibly upset as they read the tributes to her. The Duke of York spoke to the crowd, thanking them for coming. He told one well-wisher, "We've been allowed 1 day, now we start the process of handing her on." Well, Greg Milam is at Balmoral this afternoon. Greg.
Yeah, hundreds of people have come through here so far today, Mark, to lay tributes, to leave messages, to read those messages, and then for some of them, they closed the road and kept them behind the barriers for that moment of the members of the royal family who've been here since Thursday, since they gathered with the Queen, gravely ill, as we were told, and have been inside ever since. Emerged in cars, first of all, to make a very short trip to the Crathy Church, the church that is that one for the Balmoral estate, and then deciding to walk back across the bridge to thank those well-wishers who were lining the road, waiting to lay those flowers. The Princess Royal and her husband, the Duke of York, Prince Edward, the Earl of Wessex, and the Countess of Wessex, Zara Tyndall, Peter Phillips, Princesses Eugenie and Beatrice, walking, exchanging some words with those, as I say, lining the bridge and outside the gates here, and the Duke of York thanking those who'd come, and that image of him hugging his daughter Eugenie, who was clearly upset by what the family has gone through. And I think it was a reminder to everyone that this is a family loss as much as it is the change of a monarch and the ceremony going on where you are. It is about a family's loss, and I think there was real appreciation. It was clear from the people here, but also appreciation from those members of the royal family for those who have come and paid their respects. And we should remember that there are tourists here, there are people who have come from far and wide, but this is also about the communities, the small villages in this area who called the Queen a neighbour, felt she was part of their community. It's about many of those people having the opportunity to come and pay tribute to her and say goodbye, and they still wait for details of when and how Her Majesty, whose body is still on the Balmoral estate, will leave, and when that she will leave Balmoral for the final time, and they will have that chance to pay tribute to.
OK, Greg, thank you very much indeed. Well, King Charles III was formally announced monarch at the Accession Council, attended by around 200 privy councillors. Also present were the Prime Minister Liz Truss, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, the new Prince of Wales, and Camilla, the Queen Consort.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen, it is my most sorrowful duty to announce to you the death of my beloved mother, the Queen. I know how deeply you, the entire nation, and I think I may say the whole world, sympathize with me in the irreparable loss we've all suffered. It is the greatest consolation to me to know of the sympathy expressed by so many to my sister and brothers, and that such overwhelming affection and support should be extended to our whole family in our loss. To all of us as a family, as to this kingdom and the wider family of nations of which it is a part, my mother gave an example of lifelong love and of selfless service. My mother's reign was unequaled in its duration, its dedication and its devotion. Even as we grieve, we give thanks for this most faithful life. I am deeply aware of this great inheritance and of the duties and heavy responsibilities of sovereignty, which have now passed to me. In taking up these responsibilities, I shall strive to follow the inspiring example I have been set in upholding constitutional government and to seek the peace, harmony and prosperity of the peoples of these islands and of the Commonwealth realms and territories throughout the world. In this purpose, I know that I shall be upheld by the affection and loyalty of the peoples whose sovereign I have been called upon to be, and that in the discharge of these duties, I will be guided by the counsel of their elected parliaments. In all this, I am profoundly encouraged by the constant support of my beloved wife. I take this opportunity to confirm my willingness and intention to continue the tradition of surrendering the hereditary revenues, including the Crown Estate, to my government for the benefit of all, in return for the sovereign grant, which supports my official duties as head of state and head of nation. And in carrying out the heavy task that has been laid upon me, and to which I now dedicate what remains to me of my life, I pray for the guidance and help of Almighty God.
Then the Garter King of Arms read the official proclamation of Charles as king.
Whereas it has pleased Almighty God to call to his mercy our late sovereign lady, Queen Elizabeth II, of blessed and glorious memory, by whose decease the crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is solely and rightfully come to the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George. We, therefore, the Lords Spiritual and Temporal of this realm, and members of the House of Commons, together with other members of Her late Majesty's Privy Council, and representatives of the realms and territories, aldermen and citizens of London and others, do now hereby, with one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III. By the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of his other realms and territories, King, head of the Commonwealth, defender of the faith, to whom we do acknowledge all faith and obedience with humble affection, beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless his majesty with long and happy years to reign over us. Given at St. James's Palace this 10th day of September in the year of our Lord, 2022.
And the new king is getting straight down to business. These are politicians leaving Buckingham Palace, the Prime Minister and other cabinet members leaving Buckingham Palace after visiting King Charles III. Opposition leaders are believed to be in there right now. So a busy afternoon for the new king as he meets the leading political figures of this country. And I'm joined now by Lord Boateng, a member of the Privy Council and a former High Commissioner to South Africa. Welcome. First of all, it's quite a scene here at the moment, isn't it?
It really is. I've just come from the House of Lords, where we're on our second day of paying tributes. I've just given mine, and I had to fight my way through the crowds. I mean, there are literally tens of thousands of people who are gathering, even as we speak, marking what is a moment of transition, and we're seeing that in front of our eyes, and you sense it in Parliament today. So all our tributes obviously are focused on Her late Majesty, but they all end with God Save the King.
Yes.
And so you're seeing the transition into a new monarchy, a new age, and a sense that this is an end of an era marked by the Queen's selfless devotion to duty. Her duty to her peoples, to the nation, and indeed to the Commonwealth and the wider world. And you see the wider world all around us here in these crowds.
And you're a Privy Councillor. Unfortunately for you, you weren't one of those there this morning, but we did get an extraordinary insight to the workings of the monarchy and the Constitution.
It was, of course, an extraordinary Privy Council. I mean, there are more than 600 of us. Only 200 or so could get in to the room. So essentially, you were looking at current office holders and the rest selected by ballot. And the Privy Council normally is an intensely private moment in which one is with the monarch, usually no more than six people. So to see it broadcast in this way, with all its essential ingredients there, you stand, matters are read, and the king or queen, as it was, assents to the various matters that the authority of the Privy Council is required for anything to happen. And for anything to happen in terms of the transition of monarchy, you need the Privy Council to be assembled and to consent.
So today is about the new king in so many ways, but you knew the Queen as well. You met her on a number of occasions.
It was my privilege to do so, both as a cabinet minister, but also, and importantly, from her perspective, as a patron of the many charities she was patron of. And I happened at one stage to be chair of the English-speaking union. I chaired the International Council of the Duke of Edinburgh's Award. And what you always got from the Queen was this curiosity, this humour, this knowledge, but a passionate devotion to service. And her charities, the organisations who she supported and she was patron of, they will feel the loss of her passing particularly. But the reality is that, as with the Duke of Edinburgh, these patronages pass on. And in terms of the Duke of Edinburgh's patronages, the Queen Consort is patron now of Book Aid International, which does great work supporting the Queen's initiatives in the Commonwealth. Commonwealth, so important to her.
Yeah, and talking of that, you were High Commissioner to South Africa, a country she came to love, really.
Of course, it was so important in her life. She had her 21st birthday in Cape Town. And when I was High Commissioner, there were still people who remembered that occasion, remembered her going to the town hall, remembered when I was in KwaZulu-Natal, I met elderly people of all races who recalled the train which she passed through with Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, and King George on that occasion. And Africa and the royal family, they have a very, very special bond. And the messages that have been coming through from Africa are really very, very heart-moving. There's a huge amount of respect and affection. And during the crises of the Commonwealth, and there was a real one around South Africa, she was a steadying force. And African leaders and African people knew of her commitment to a multiracial Commonwealth.
I mean, it's interesting. I was there actually in '95 when she came. I was there in Cape Town, and she came on the Royal Yacht Britannia into South Africa to meet the new president, the first black president of South Africa, Nelson Mandela, something she really wanted to do. And she arrived on Britannia. And the following morning, we were allowed on, this is a little anecdote, we were allowed on the Royal Yacht to meet the Queen. And as she came over to our little gathering, and she was obviously cross about something. And I said, "What are you cross about, if I may ask you, Your Majesty?" And she said, I specifically asked to be awakened when we passed Robben Island. And no one came to wake me up. It was early morning, he said, but no one came to wake me up, and I'm very cross with them. And eventually they took the Royal Yacht out again and went round Robben Island just so she could see that she was interested, fascinated in all that stuff.
And because her relationship with Nelson Mandela was very close. I mean, she called him Nelson, and he was one of the very few people allowed to call her Elizabeth in that incredible voice he had. But, you know, that reflected the two qualities that these two people had of warmth, of passion, of intellect, but an absolute commitment to a shared and common humanity. And that you always found in every encounter with the Queen. And her relationship with Nelson Mandela was a particularly important one.
It was a special one.
It was.
OK, well, that's a nice way to end. Lord Boateng, thank you for coming to see us this afternoon. Thank you very much. Well, we were talking about the politicians visiting the new king just a moment ago. Well, the Commons is sitting this afternoon, the House of Commons, sitting for a second day of tributes from MPs and they are obviously making tributes to the Queen. Senior members have also been swearing the oath of allegiance to King Charles III.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law.
I do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God.
Well, our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is in Westminster. So, John, another day of tributes from the Commons and also senior politicians, as we've just been seeing, visiting the King this afternoon.
Yes, it's worth mentioning, as Lord Boateng did just then, that the House of Lords is also sitting as well, and we've seen tributes from senior peers as well. Also, I noticed that Fiona Shackleton, Baroness Shackleton, the solicitor who famously acted in the divorce cases, I think I'm right in saying, of both Prince Charles and Prince Andrew, was giving her tribute as well. They've been taking the oath in the Lords as well. I saw Justin Welby, the Archbishop of Canterbury, doing that. The Prime Minister and other senior cabinet members, as you've said, Mark, have been off to the palace. The Prime Minister has also had a phone call with Prime Minister Modi of India. Now, this is significant because of what a vast democracy India is. And in the statement from Number 10 a short time ago, it talked about how they'd had this conversation. The PM thanked Prime Minister Modi for his heartfelt condolences, which he said were on behalf of 1.3 billion Indians. Yes, 1.3 billion Indians. The leaders acknowledged the grief felt by so many people in the UK and India, paid tribute to Her Majesty the Queen's lifetime of service. And they agreed, this is perhaps significant, on the vital importance of UK-India relationship and look forward to meeting in person in the near future, which suggests that Prime Minister Modi will be attending the funeral, which we expect, not confirmed, we expect to be on Monday the 19th of September. President Biden has said he's coming, therefore if the if the President of the United States is coming, you would expect a lot of other major world leaders. Now, we saw some of the cabinet ministers and opposition party leaders take their oath in the Commons. Then they moved on to tributes, opened this time by the Deputy Prime Minister, Therese Coffey. We've heard from former cabinet ministers like Grant Shapps, Greg Clark, talking about how they almost made a mess of taking their oath when they joined the Privy Council. Lots of funny anecdotes there. There's a funny anecdote also from Stephen Timms, a former Labour minister, MP for East Ham, about when some protesters against the new London City Airport met the Queen back in 1987, and all the dignitaries were expecting it all to go horribly wrong, and instead the Queen looked at them and said, "Yes, I know about aircraft noise. You should hear it above Windsor Castle." Going back to the Privy Council, Yvette Cooper told the story which many of us have heard before. John Prescott often tells it, about how Claire Short's mobile phone went off in a meeting of the Privy Council when it was inside her handbag, and the Queen gave her a withering look and said, "I hope that wasn't anyone important." Well, we're on to we are now on more. I have to say, a lot of the tributes at the moment are for MPs talking about visits by the Queen to their constituency. Later on today, there will be what's called a humble address presented to His Majesty, and it says the humble address conveys the deep sympathy felt by this House, that's the Commons, for the great sorrow he sustained by the death of the late Queen, His Majesty's mother, to extend to all the royal family deep sympathy and so on, and talk about the allegiance and unstinting dedication and so on. Express His Majesty our loyalty, our conviction he'll strive to uphold the liberties and promote the happiness in the years to come, and so on. So it's pretty busy in the Commons and the Lords. We shouldn't forget the Lords, where a lot of bishops have been speaking, including the Archbishop of Canterbury.
OK, John, thank you very much indeed. That's the update on the politicians this afternoon. Let's go to Samantha Washington now, who is in Windsor.
Thank you very much, Mark. Of course, much of the official proceedings taking place where you are this afternoon in central London. But we're here outside King Henry VIII's gate at Windsor Castle. And we're here because this royal residence was of deep significance to the royal family, in particular Her Majesty the Queen, who used it as her private residence at the weekend. She was here for at least a month over Easter. And of course, she based herself here during her beloved royal ascot as well. It is where her father, King George VI, and her mother, the Queen Mother, are buried here at the castle inside the chapel there, and it is where her coffin will venture after her funeral to its final resting place to be reunited with her parents. And like where you are, Mark, an absolute throngs of people have come out to pay their respects, a profusion of floral tributes not so far from here at Canada Gate. We've been talking to people all afternoon, many of whom have travelled great distances, some internationally, to be here, and some a little closer to home. I'm joined here now by Jenny, who is here with her twins, Oliver and Amelie. What brought you here today, Jenny?
Well, we live local, so we just wanted to come and pay our respects to the Queen, and I think that it's important that our children know that this is a real moment in time and to be part of it, and that we're lucky to live local and that we could come quite easily and pay our respects to her.
And Oliver, you were telling me a bit about when you were told at school that Her Majesty had died. Just tell us about that.
I felt quite sad, even though I've never met her. Because of that, she's died. So, yeah.
And your other classmates, how did they take it?
Some of my classmates, most of my classmates were quite sad, and some got into tears because of this.
Yeah, because of course she's been the only monarch, hasn't she, that you've known. And just briefly, Jenny, from you, your hopes for the new monarch, King Charles III?
Oh, I just think that hopefully continue in her vein and to continue her great work and to make sure that we stay as an amazing country, really.
Well, I know that you've come here to lay some flowers and to pay your respects, and I hope that you will remember this, Oliver and Amelie, as a moment in history that your mum's brought you here to be part of. Yes, I was just saying, people here, the mood is it's lifted from the last couple of days where everybody was in stunned silence. Now I think people are just coming to celebrate the life of Her Majesty and also to look forward to the new reign under King Charles III. Back to you, Mark.
Yep, Sam, that is exactly what is going on here outside Buckingham Palace this afternoon. Now, the Queen, of course, was well known for a love of horses. I'm joined by the racehorse trainer, Nicky Henderson, who was the Queen's principal jumps trainer and also saddled more than 60 winners for her. So I'd imagine he was a popular man with the Queen. Nicky Henderson, thank you very much indeed for being with us. And as I say, you were united through a love of horses with the Queen. What was she like to work for?
Well, thank you, and afternoon, and obviously, the sentiments are across the country. The remarkable thing really was that as this was her sort of downtime passion, and really, it was very easy to talk to her any owner of a racehorse, if you like, that's what we were. There was no sort of, it was her passion, and she loved the horses, and it was so easy to talk and discuss and plan. And it goes without saying, she was the most lovely, lovely person. I was lucky, really, because actually I originally started training the Queen Mother's horses. And when the Queen Mother died, the Queen took over the National Hunt horses, and whether she probably liked it or not, I'm afraid she got me. And we've had a wonderful time, and there were great days, and just what a wonderful person. And what a wonderful friend she was to horse racing. And we've been an incredibly lucky sport, than ourselves, to have had her as our patron, if you like.
And Nikki, she wasn't just an enthusiast. She had real knowledge, didn't she, of racing and horses and breeding?
Gigantic. I think her premier passion was actually the breeding. And all these horses that she ever had were 99% bred at Sandringham by herself. And she loved the planning, and she loved being at Sandringham. At any time that she was there, she would be at the stud, and we were lucky enough to be able to go there quite a bit and go around the fields and the stud and look at the young horses that even last year, you know, they're only little babies, foals and things, and we're discussing them and planning for 4 years' time. And I think we all sort of had this, I think the country did as well, had this sort of slight aura that she was probably immortal. And of course, sadly, she's not. And we have to come to understand that this weekend, which is tragic. And we have to come and say just what an amazing innings she played, not only for horse racing, but obviously for the whole country. And the whole country is in the same mood at the moment, and it's somber, but it must celebrate.
Nikki, I gather that once she called you and said that she was watching a race in her sitting room, and it was a very tight finish. Tell us the story about that.
Well, I spoke to her that evening, and the said horse, and I hate to admit, I haven't. I should have looked it up. And it was getting very tight towards the end, and she said she was watching it in her sitting room, and which is I think she watched a lot of racing when she had the time, and it was getting very tight. The finish was very close, and she got up from a chair and screamed at the television, and shouted the horse home, as we might say, but with which the security, which was outside the room, burst in, fearing there'd been an intruder. And you can only imagine the scene as a comedy of all comedies. And all she was doing was trying to get the horse to win, which I'm glad to say did. And the security guys were relaxed.
Nikki. It's a lovely story, I've got to say. I mean, was she you had all these winners for her. Was she a hard taskmaster?
Not at all, because she understood horses. And I think that was the greatest thing. It wasn't horse racing. It was the horse that she loved. I think she probably loved corgis as well. But it was the horse she loved. And I think the horse racing was all about, you know, you win, you lose. You have good days and bad days. The good days have got to be celebrated. The bad days we've got to live with. And she was fantastic like that. That if there'd been any disappointments or dramas, she understood. And she understood everybody that was involved in it, not just if it had been a bad day, she was sorry for somebody else, not herself. And when there were good days, she celebrated, but she was as pleased for everybody else as well. And there were some great days, absolutely wonderful days. And I don't think anybody will forget when Estimate won the Ascot Gold Cup. The pictures the next day were just stunning, because one could see the pleasure that what it had given her, and that made the whole game worthwhile.
Okay. All right, well, listen, Nikki Henderson, it's very good of you to join us this afternoon. Some lovely stories, and thank you very much indeed.
Not so, my pleasure. Thank you.
Right, let's cross to the Canadian capital, Ottawa, now, where King Charles III is being proclaimed as monarch. Sky's Martha Kellner is there for us. Martha.
Hello there. Yeah, this is the official Canadian accession process taking place. This is where they will formally recognise King Charles III as their monarch. What's going on at the moment, it's a three-stage procedure. So the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, arrived about half an hour ago for a cabinet meeting. The cabinet is actually on summer recess at the moment until September the 19th, but this is an extraordinary meeting of those people. It's known as a Privy Council meeting here. They will officially recognise Queen Elizabeth II's death and the accession to the throne of King Charles III. This has to be a separate process to the United Kingdom. This is Canada's expression of its own sovereignty. So that's what's taken place inside. Those people, that cabinet meeting has now moved to the ballroom, where they've been joined by the Governor-General of Canada, a lady named Mary Simon. She's the Queen's, now King Charles III's, official representative in Canada, and this building behind me is Rideau Hall, her official residence. So she has signed those orders of council, joining that cabinet meeting in proclaiming the accession of a new sovereign for Canada. So we're expecting very shortly Her Excellency Mary Simon, the Governor-General, to be joined by the Chief Herald, who will speak at the microphone behind me, a man named Dr. Sami Khalid. He will read out the proclamation for an audience of people from Ottawa who have joined proceedings here. He'll also be joined by the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. You may remember on the day of the Queen's death, he made a particularly emotional speech about what the Queen meant to him. He said that the Queen was one of the most important people in his life, one of the most wonderful people he'd met, and he got choked up as he was doing that, and perhaps understandable given the length of their relationship. Justin Trudeau has not only met the Queen during his time as Prime Minister, but his father, Pierre, was also Prime Minister of Canada on 2 occasions. So he met the Queen on numerous occasions as a child as well. Now, Justin Trudeau came down to Rideau Hall, where we are, to sign a book of condolences which has been opened here for people to record their memories of the Queen. She visited Canada on 22 occasions, so many Canadian people have seen or met her personally. Justin Trudeau came himself and signed that book of condolences yesterday evening. He spent several minutes writing a note in that book. I'll just read you an excerpt of what he recorded. He said, "Canada came of age during Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth's time as sovereign." He also wrote, "Generations of us have benefited profoundly from her steady, graceful leadership and service." So clearly a close relationship, not just between the people of Canada, but also between the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, and Queen Elizabeth II. And as I was saying, Canada is somewhere she visited many, many times, so a special relationship which will be recognised here very shortly.
OK, Martha, thank you very much indeed. And of course, we'll be right there back for when that happens. Meanwhile, we saw cars leaving Buckingham Palace a short time ago. That was the Prime Minister and other politicians who have been spending the afternoon visiting the new king, and we can show you some of the pictures, I think, that we've just received of those meetings inside Buckingham Palace. And first and foremost, of course, the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, the new Prime Minister, and the new king. And this is to be a relationship that is going to have to be pretty important in both their lives going forward. We saw Therese Coffey there, Health Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Penny Mordaunt too, and very important for Prince Charles, these meetings, these first meetings with senior politicians. Talking there to Nadim Zahawi, James Cleverly, also there. Much of the new cabinet in Buckingham Palace this afternoon. Suella Braverman, the new Home Secretary, in the background there. And Prince Charles, I was going to say Prince Charles, it's King Charles, of course, wasting no time in getting down to business with him, the Queen consort, chatting away there to the Home Secretary. These pictures just in from Buckingham Palace. Brandon Lewis also there this afternoon. And this morning it was, well, Liz Truss was at the proclamation with all the other living prime ministers. But King Charles smiling away at this meeting with leading members of the cabinet, followed shortly afterwards by the members of the opposition. And there we are, Keir Starmer meeting the new king. Well, let's leave those pictures for the moment and go to our correspondent Lisa Dowd, who is in Derby this afternoon.
Yes, you join us here at Derby Cathedral, where a piper is playing in memory of Her Majesty, and people here are taking some time to reflect and remember her reign. People are able to queue up here and sign a book of condolence and light a candle in her memory. And she has so many links to Derby, having been here so many times. It was she who proclaimed it a city in the 1970s, and she opened many of the public buildings here as well. Let's just have a little listen in to the music that she loved so much. Cal, thank you for joining us on Sky News. Of course, this music, a favourite of Her Majesty, and you're playing in honour of her.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, a very obviously a remarkable situation. So, yeah, I thought I would do my little tribute, and people seem to be enjoying it. So I think it's what's needed.
It's moving some people to tears, isn't it? What are your memories and reflections of her?
I think it's a very sad time, certainly for me personally. I mean, she embodies the very spirit of first-class integrity, character, resolve, and I think she's an extremely noble character and epitomises the very supreme example of what pretty much everybody in society should be aspiring to in terms of quality and just that very being. And yeah, for me, I found it very touching, very moving. And I was always taught as a child to try and be the best that I could, and what better example to follow than the Royal Highness the Queen.
Thank you, Cal. I'm just going to move on and have a little chat with some of the people who have signed the Book of Condolence and lit a candle in the Queen's memory. We're seeing these kinds of scenes at cathedrals across the country now. And hello, ladies. I saw you a little earlier, didn't I? And I saw you wipe a tear away. Tell me what you were thinking about while you were writing in the book.
What a wonderful lady she's been, hasn't she? All her life, dedicated her life to the people. Yeah, and she reminds me so much of my mum.
What did you like about her?
everything. I couldn't say, I can't think of one thing you could say that was negative about her. She was just wonderful. She lit the room up when she walked in anyway, didn't she?
And were you able to see King Charles's address?
Yes, and I wish him all the best. And yes, it's another one that dedicated his life. His mother schooled him into being king. I never thought he would be. I never wanted the Queen to go.
No.
Yeah.
And what about yourself? I know you... would you mind me asking what you wrote in the Book of Condolence?
I just put what a special lady she was, with a rest in peace with a kiss. Yeah, she was. Well, you just couldn't hold the tears back when you knew what had happened to her. Never thought anything like that would happen to her. Yeah. You thought she was going on forever, didn't you? Yeah, she was so lovely. She was wonderful.
Yeah. Did it feel like a shock when you heard the news?
Yeah.
How did you hear the news?
I heard it on the radio, actually.
Yeah.
It just said she was ill. And, of course, as soon as I got home, put the television on, and then when I knew the family were gone, because it was just like us when we were losing my mum.
Yes, it brings back those memories of loss, doesn't it, for a lot of people?
Everybody.
And
I mean, I
music
think
here,
Charles is amazing, how he's held up, and all this that he's got to go through. Yeah.
All the family have been amazing, though. You know, the children, the little grandchildren, and they're all around. I mean, I've got 14 grandchildren. 14, and I love them all. And, you know, and all of them was really, really sad. Even the little ones, you know, who go to school today, and they say, can't believe the Queen's cadet. You know, you can't imagine it without her.
We can remember the coronation and having dresses all in red, white and blue for...
Well, thank you, ladies, for sharing your memories. They are lovely memories. And
absolutely wonderful Piper. He's amazing.
He is, isn't he? Yes. Yeah. And also people, of course, at this cathedral can lay flowers as well. We've seen a lot of those as well, and those flowers will actually be composted in time after the Queen's funeral, and a tree will be planted in her honour, and the compost used in that planting.
Yeah, people all over the country paying their tributes in their own way. Lisa, thank you very much indeed. And here at... well, let's first of all, before we come back here to Buckingham Palace, let's go to Ottawa, where the stage is set for the proclamation of King Charles III any minute now, and we will be back there when it happens. Here at Buckingham Palace, there's thousands of people here, but it's very, very quiet. It seems well organised. They're coming down the Mall and then walking just slowly up to the palace and stopping and reflecting and no doubt paying their own tribute, and then they're moved slowly on, some going up Constitutional Hill up to Hyde Park, others turning left at the palace to Victoria. But it is very quiet, it's reflective, but there are lots and lots of people. Among them, Milena Veselinovic is down there somewhere. Milena, it is quite a scene, isn't it?
It is. There is thousands of people who have come here to really grieve collectively. Take a moment to pause and reflect on what the Queen meant to them. They're gathered here, you can see, in front of the gates of Buckingham Palace, many just stopping for a few minutes to be quiet, to be with others at this time of national significance. And there's a real feeling of the weight of history here. And we are now joined by Dan and Karen Callaghan, who are Londoners. Dan, you were just 7 years old when the Queen Elizabeth II, ascended to the throne. Do you remember that moment?
Yes, as a boy, I remember my father and I, he was showing, we went for a walk, and he was telling me that the King had passed and his daughter was coming to the throne. So Elizabeth, now Charles III, is my third monarch.
And what was that like, having a queen for the first time in so long?
Well, I was growing up, and so, you know, throughout your life, you don't know any different. You go through adulthood, and you realise now, as an adult, the debt that we owe not only the Queen, but actually the family generally.
And Karen, can I ask you, what are your feelings today?
A sadness, but tinged with the warmth of the people around. It's been wonderful coming up here today.
What compelled you to come here and share in this emotion?
We just came on spec, actually. Got up Saturday morning and thought, why don't we join?
And respect for...
And respect,
yeah,
yes.
Pay some respect for the service that this family has afforded our country.
And that's something that we've been hearing about a lot, about the service of Queen Elizabeth. Can you tell me kind of what that meant to you throughout your lifetime?
Well, I was fortunate enough to meet the Queen in 1997 at India's 50th independence celebrations in India, in Delhi. And I was with her then for about 40 minutes. And during that conversation, she then invited me to Buckingham Palace for a further meeting. Which I did. I attended for another hour. You don't forget these things. I mean, you know. So.
What were your impressions of the Queen at the time that you spent together?
She's when I met her on business, she spoke directly to you and required direct answers. When I met her socially, if you like, she was far more relaxed, and you realise it wasn't monarch to subject; it was person to person. It was a real eye-opener in terms of a conversation. And I'm so pleased it happened, obviously, you know.
And Karen, just to hear also your thoughts for the future, your thoughts for now King Charles III.
I've changed my mind about Charles. I'm really looking forward. I think he'll make a wonderful king. I really do.
And we're just going to interrupt Milena there and go straight to Ottawa, where it is, as you can see there, 10:49 in the morning, and King Charles III is about to be proclaimed as monarch in the capital, Ottawa.
All to whom these presents shall come, or whom the same may in any way concern, greeting. Whereas our late sovereign, Queen Elizabeth II, passed away on September 8, 2022, by whose death the Crown of Canada vests in His Royal Highness Prince Charles Philip Arthur George, we, the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, assisted by His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada, proclaim that His Royal Highness Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign, Charles III, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom, Canada, and His other realms and territories, King, Head of the Commonwealth, Defender of the Faith, to whom we acknowledge faith and allegiance. Given under my hand and seal of office at Ottawa this 10th day of September 2022. Long live the King.
Long live the King.
À tous ceux et celles à qui les présente qu'elles peuvent de quelque manière concerner, salut. Attendu que notre regrettée souveraine, la reine Élisabeth II, décédée le 8 septembre 2022 et que par son décès, la couronne du Canada est dévolue à son Altesse le prince Philippe Arthur George, nous, la très honorable Mary May Simon, gouverneur général du Canada, d'accord avec le Conseil de Sa Majesté pour le Canada, proclamons que son Altesse royale le prince Charles Philippe Arthur George est maintenant, par le décès de notre regretté souveraine, Charles III, par la grâce de Dieu, roi du Royaume-Uni, du Canada et de tous les royaumes et territoires, chef du Commonwealth, défenseur de la foi, à qui nous reconnaissons toute foi et allégeance. Donné sous mon sein et mon sceau officiel ce 10e jour de septembre de l'an 2022. Vive le roi!
Well, there we are, a short but highly significant ceremony there in Ottawa, in Canada, where it is, as you can see, coming up to 11 o'clock in the morning. Proclamations here, of course, at St. James's Palace this morning, and also at the Royal Exchange. Martha Kellner, as you can see, is right there in Ottawa. And Martha, just give us a sense of the affection in which the Queen was held in Canada.
Yeah, having been here for the last couple of days, it's clear that Queen Elizabeth II was held in great esteem here. There's a real fondness for her among the people of Canada. It's not always been a completely straightforward relationship with this country, but clearly her as an individual, as a personality, and as a head of state is definitely held in high regard and a great deal of respect for her. And this is a country which she visited many times. She came here 22 times as monarch, the first time in 1957, the most recent time in 2010. It was the country that she visited most outside the United Kingdom, and I think they appreciated the regard in which she held Canada. It does seem like they respect the monarchy here, that there will be the same appreciation of King Charles III's role as monarch. And Here you saw the ceremony, the chief herald, a man named Dr. Sami Khalid. He read the proclamation of King Charles III, first in English, then in French, the two official languages. So a historic moment for this nation.
Met and proclaimed Charles the King.
Arthur, thank you very much indeed. Let's just go over to Windsor now, and Sam Washington is there for us. Sam.
Yes, thank you, Mark. Official proceedings taking place in Ottawa, in various places around the world, particularly, Mark, where you are there in central London. But we mustn't forget about the significance of Windsor and indeed Windsor Castle. I'm standing here outside King Henry VIII's gate at what was Her Majesty the Queen's private residence at the weekend. It had massive significance for Her Majesty and her family as well, as she spent a month here every Easter, known as Easter Court. She based herself here when she was attending her beloved royal ascot. It was also where she and her sister, Princess Margaret, were sent during the war to keep them safe out of central London. Significantly as well, it is the final resting place of not only her father, King George VI, also her mother, the Queen Mother, and the ashes of her sister. It is where her coffin will return to after her funeral. It will venture from central London, wending its way here to Windsor Castle, their chapel there that you can see just through King Henry VIII's gate there, where she will be laid to rest and be reunited with her father, King George VI, and her mother and her sister. And much like where you are, Mark, people have come from miles around to come and pay their respects here in Windsor. Some people are local, some people have come from many different parts of the country, indeed also internationally as well. Not so far from where we are here, Canada Gate, it's absolute profusion of floral tributes there. People coming to pay their respects, some even hoping that they might get a glimpse of members of her family as they come here to pay their respects in quiet contemplation here in Windsor.
And good afternoon, once again from Buckingham Palace, with Charles III now officially proclaimed king. The public sadness of the royal family as those who remain at Balmoral come out to meet well-wishers after attending a prayer service. Seeing the messages for themselves as the public continues to pay tribute 2 days after the Queen's death. The new king was confirmed at an ancient ceremony, the Accession Council, which was televised for the very first time.
In carrying out the heavy task that has been laid upon me, and to which I now dedicate what remains to me of my life, I pray for the guidance and help of Almighty God.
Watching on some of the most senior figures in the country, including every living Prime Minister. And a very public proclamation in the most traditional way for King Charles III.
And all the while, people across the country, including here in Windsor, pay their respects to the Queen. The cheers from the crowds for the new monarch ahead of meetings with the government, the opposition and church leaders. And the Prime Minister and other MPs swearing their allegiance to the King in a rare Saturday sitting of the House of Commons.
Good Good afternoon from Buckingham Palace. King Charles is meeting senior political figures in the building behind me this afternoon after a special ceremony earlier, which officially proclaimed him as king. Every living prime minister was present at the accession council, which saw the monarch pay tribute to his mother and also make a public declaration and oath. The king has declared the day of Queen Elizabeth's funeral a bank holiday, though the date is yet to be announced. Meanwhile, members of the royal family who remain at Balmoral saw for themselves this afternoon the tributes left there for the Queen. The family attended a private prayer service at Crathy Kirk, the church visited so often by the Queen during her holidays in Scotland, greeting the crowds gathered outside the estate after the service. The family then spent a few minutes looking at the flowers left by the public following the Queen's death on Thursday, some of them visibly upset as they read the tributes. Let's go back to Sam Washington now in Windsor, where crowds are also gathering this afternoon.
Yes, indeed they are, Mark, and the official proceedings may be taking place where you are at St James's Palace, and indeed goings on at Buckingham Palace, the official residence of the monarch. But let's not forget the significance of Windsor Castle to the royal family, particularly Her Majesty the Queen. This was her private residence at the weekends. It's where she spent a month over Easter. It's where she also based herself while she was attending her beloved royal ascot. Back when she was a little girl, she and her sister, Princess Margaret, were sent here to stay out the times of the war, to keep them safe. It's also been the venue for many happy occasions. Indeed, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex had their wedding here, and now the King Charles III. It's where he had his dedication marital ceremony here with Queen Camilla as well here at Windsor Castle. It's a place where they could get away from the Goldfish Bowl of central London and come and enjoy family time here. It was also the place where they spent Christmas together before the fire, which then made them relocate to Sandringham, which is now the traditional place for Christmas. But more solemnly, it is also the burial place of Her Majesty the Queen's father, King George VI, also her mother, the Queen Mother. It is also where her coffin will venture when it leaves central London. It will come here, go through there to where that is the chapel here at Windsor Castle, where she will be laid to rest with her parents. We've been watching people coming all day in their crowds, a great profusion of floral tributes not so far from here, and people coming simply to say thank you and to pay their respects. Back to you, Mark.
Sam, thank you. And we were seeing pictures just a few moments ago of members of the royal family up in Balmoral, out and about this afternoon. Greg Milam is also there. Greg.
Yeah, Mark, of course, the members of the royal family gathered here in those uncertain moments on Thursday, didn't they? And we know that many of them had remained here, even as the new king made his way to London for the ceremonial part of this accession, Prince William joining him there. But those other members of the royal family have remained. And today they left Balmoral for the first time, came through those gates and made their way to the Crathy Church, a short walk for a small private family service, and then they walked back, and it was an opportunity for them to speak to some of those who have been here laying flowers, paying tribute in their hundreds in the days since Sunday. We can see the Duke of York there, his daughters, the Princess Royal, her husband, her two children as well, and exchanging a few words with some of those who lined the road into the estate. and clearly emotional for the Duke of York's children, his daughter Eugenie, and the Duke crouching down, reading many of those messages that have been left over the last couple of days, and a round of applause from those who were still gathered when the family finally made their way back in. So a moment for those here to thank the royal family, and vice versa, for the family to thank those who come to pay their tributes. And many of them, of course, are people who live in the community, live in the villages around here. Many of them work on the estate and have always felt the Queen was a neighbour of theirs, that she was part of their community, someone who they respected her privacy. She respected what they did at difficult times in the community. She was with them, and I think it's a much more personal moment for many people here for that reason. And now they wait for details of what happens next, and that next stage, her final journey from Balmoral, and the details of that and the chance that they will have to pay their respects as she leaves here.
Greg, thank you very much indeed. Greg Milam there in Balmoral. Well, the royal walkabout followed a historic and ancient ceremony earlier, the Accession Council for King Charles III. King Charles was formally announced monarch at the Accession Council, attended by around 200 Privy Councillors. Also present were the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, the new Prince of Wales, and Camilla, the Queen Consort. Then the Garter King of Arms read the official proclamation of Charles as king.
Whereas it has pleased Almighty God to call to his mercy our late sovereign lady, Queen Elizabeth II, of blessed and glorious memory, by whose decease the crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is solely and rightfully come to the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George. We, therefore, the Lords Spiritual and Temporal of this realm, and members of the House of Commons, together with other members of Her late Majesty's Privy Council, and representatives of the realms and territories, aldermen and citizens of London and others, do now hereby, with one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III. By the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of his other realms and territories, King, head of the Commonwealth, defender of the faith, to whom we do acknowledge all faith and obedience with humble affection, beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless his majesty with long and happy years to reign over us. Given at St. James's Palace this 10th day of September in the year of our Lord, 2022.
Well, Sky's royal commentator, Alistair Bruce, was commentating on that proclamation, is with me now. Good to see you. And I mean, I watched it utterly compelled. It was just an extraordinary insight into the workings of the Constitution and the monarchy.
Well, if you're a sado like me, you've been fascinated to know exactly what happened at all the accession councils through history. So for me, too, it was fascinating to be a witness. And the story that we witnessed is our story. It's the nation's. And I think it was excellent that the King decided that his accession council should be seen by us all. It is in its own way very formal, very simple, very process-driven, and yet it triggers off so much. And we see how, with the word approved, a monarch can support governments in delivering what it is that statutorily in Parliament has been approved.
And we learnt so much, didn't we? I mean, the Privy Councillors stand up throughout the whole thing. We, you know, it was steeped in so much tradition.
I think to make sure that everything went very quickly. And I don't know about you, but if you attend a meeting and everyone stands up, they never last as long as those when everyone's sitting down.
Yeah.
So I think it's basically, again, process. And I think, you know, people are very surprised to see that as a result of the Act of Union in 1707, new monarchs, every one, starting with King George I, have to sign this agreement to maintain the privileges of the Church of Scotland before they can actually be monarch.
And, I mean, I imagine you're going to say yes. It's a good thing that the public see this.
Well, I can't imagine why it would make sense not to. We live in a post-deferential age, and I think the King is very aware of that. And the idea of a few sort of special people seeing something as intimately profound as the formality of the monarchy changing from one reign to another, I think it's marvellous that everyone has seen it. And, you know, it's very simple. In the past, monarchs have worn full naval uniform. The King chose to wear morning dress. And for the first time, really, we see both the King publicly and the Queen Consort and the Prince of Wales signing in a different way. Charles R for Charles Rex, yes. Camilla R for Camilla Regina, yes. And William P for Prince. Yes. And it's not often that there is a moment of such profound change, but it certainly happened before us today.
Yeah, we also discovered that William writes left-handed. I mean...
Indeed, and has a special pen to do that.
He has a special pen, does he?
Well, it appeared so. He had to reach out for the special pen from his private secretary who was there. But whatever it takes, that's all function. It's a moving moment where we see the conclusion of one reign into which most of us were born and the start of a new beginning into which all of us now live.
Just a few moments ago, we saw the pictures of other members of the royal family still in Balmoral. The Queen's body, of course, is still there. What do we expect up there in the coming days?
I'm sure we'll be told very soon what the intention is. But we were also told that members of the estate at Balmoral, Queen had an incredibly close relationship with the people who worked for her, with their families, with their children. And for them now to have their profound moment of walking to see, that's very important. Meanwhile, members of the royal family, other than the King, the Queen's other children and their children, such as were able to be gathered, went to Crathy Church, which is only about 500 yards from the main gate of Balmoral for a prayer service. And then they've come back and came out of the cars and went past the gathered crowd there and went to have a look at all the pictures. And, you know, this is a chance for them to see the nature of the reaction from the community, because, of course, there's the estate, but the wider community around Crathy, Ballater and Braemar have known the Queen, have seen her as part of their life, Royal Deeside, and many of them wanted to come and make their respects.
Yes, well, I was there on Thursday evening, and one local gentleman said she was one of us, he said. And
well, the Scots have always had a very different view about kings. They're very blunt, they're very direct. And I think the Queen quite enjoyed being out for a walk occasionally, and people would come up and have a very frank conversation with her. It's not such a deferential place. I mean, I live in Edinburgh as governor of the castle there, and I always tell people who come up from England, if you come to Scotland and you're looking for deference, move, because it's not what the Scots do. And I think that's what the Queen really loved about being amongst the people of Deeside.
Yeah, she clearly loved it up there. And while this was going on, while Princess Anne and other members of the royal family were looking at the tributes, King Charles was getting down to business here and meeting senior politicians.
Yes, there's been a succession of motorcades going up and down, presumably bringing political leaders of the different parties. Obviously, the Prime Minister went to see the King, and also most of the Cabinet have been in to formalise their appointment as members of the Cabinet, because the Queen approved before she died the list of that Cabinet, but never had a chance to formalise their appointment before she died.
And just finally, Alistair, what can we expect regarding announcements about Queen Elizabeth's funeral?
I think quite soon we'll get all the details, particularly about how the Queen will be conveyed from Balmoral down ultimately to London for a state funeral. A date will be confirmed, and also where she will be finally interred will be confirmed, which presumably will be Windsor Castle.
OK. Alistair, thanks very much. What do you make of the scene? I mean, lovely scenes here. We've got crowds just coming, thousands of crowds.
Interestingly, the police have cleared everyone out of the Mall area.
Yeah.
It's really compressed. I tried to walk here from our other location, and it's very, very difficult. And people have come with flowers, and they've almost given up, and they've left them on the sides of trees and everywhere. And there's such an extraordinary atmosphere out there. People are talking about the Queen. Literally, as you walk past, you hear comments. And I think there's a coming together, which is precisely what the Queen did regularly in her life, was bring people together.
Well, we can get a sample of the atmosphere now. Milena Veselinovic is among the crowds here at Buckingham Palace. Milena.
The atmosphere is very quiet, it's very respectful. This place here, as you can see, has become a bit of a focal point for people to come together, take in the collective feeling and emotion, and for some grief at the Queen's passing. Thousands of people have gathered here, young and old, and we can now speak to the Schumann family, including 10-year-old Zach and 6-year-old Olivia, mum and dad as well. Zach, tell me, why did you come here today?
To see the Buckingham Palace for respect for the Queen.
And it's a hugely historic moment, isn't it? Zach, you get to witness another king in your lifetime. How do you feel?
It feels weird because like my parents have never known like anyone else, and my grandparents as well.
Thank you, Zach. What about you? How do you feel today, coming down to Buckingham Palace and witnessing all of this?
Excited.
Yeah. A little bit shy. There's a lot going on, isn't there? Isn't there? So, what made you come here today as a family?
I think it's just a part of history. You know, it's a moment we haven't seen for 70 years, and most people haven't seen anything like this, a change of monarch. So it's to pay our respects to the Queen, and also, I suppose, wish King Charles good luck, and hopefully he can continue from where his mother left off.
And the Queen has been such a constant in all of our lives, and now with her passing, there's obviously a mourning period, but also it is the beginning of a new era. You've got young children. What are your hopes for this new era of King Charles?
Put me on the spot now. Yeah, I don't know. Just that he carries on is doing the job that the Queen did, I think, and yeah. The same respect that she showed for her country, I think, really. Yeah, it's really important that the children know now going forward what to expect as well. So,
thank you very much for talking to us. So, lots of emotion here, lots of people still coming, laying flowers, and just joining in some quiet reflection about the Queen.
Milena, thank you very much for that. Well, the King has held meetings with the Prime Minister and her cabinet today, as we've been seeing, as well as meeting opposition leaders. And the House of Commons is sitting this afternoon for a second day of tributes to the Queen. Senior members have also been swearing the oath of allegiance to King Charles III.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God.
I do solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law.
I do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
Well, our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is in Westminster. So, John, tributes continuing in the Commons and also the senior politicians visiting the King here at Buckingham Palace.
Yes, most of the cabinet, not all I don't think, and some senior opposition figures like Sir Keir Starmer we saw visiting former Prince Charles, the new King, King Charles III. Obviously, it's like getting to know you session, although I know from my conversations with senior politicians and senior ministers who serve both political parties that many of them have already had meetings with Prince Charles, particularly those ministers who are responsible for subjects of interest to him, like the environment, architecture, agriculture, and so on. So many of them will have had meetings with Prince Charles before, Privy Council meetings, and so on. What we've had in the House of Commons, meanwhile, we saw there the senior politicians swearing their oaths of allegiance. Now, that is a ceremony or a process, if you like, that we normally see after a general election, when MPs have just been returned to their constituencies by the voters, and they have to swear an allegiance to the monarch. Well, of course, there's a new monarch today, so they've got to do that again. As for the speeches that we've heard, well, the Speaker revealed late last night there have been 182 yesterday. Well, they're rattling through them again today. We've heard not just from backbenchers, but the tributes were kicked off this afternoon by Therese Coffey, the new Deputy Prime Minister. We've heard from a number of ministers speaking from the backbenches. In the last hour, we've heard from Alok Sharma, the COP26 president. Now, we all know that Prince Charles takes a great interest in climate change. Mr. Sharma referred to that. And he talked about the Queen's support for COP26, even though she wasn't able to attend in Glasgow, he said. But he had hopes, of course, that Prince Charles would carry on the legacy, and he seemed pretty confident that he would. He is a great man, said Alok Sharma. On the lighter side, we just heard a moment ago from the MP for Morecambe and Lunesdale, that's David Morris, Conservative, who was talking about the Queen's visit to Morecambe, revealing that she and the royal family were fans of Morecambe and Wise. And of course, Eric Morecambe's real name, I think, was John Eric Bartholomew. And of course, he came from Morecambe. The Prime Minister, meanwhile, has also been making more phone calls or being called by other world leaders. For example, she's had a call from Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India, obviously expressing his condolences, heartfelt condolences, according to Number 10. And he said we're on behalf of the 1.3 billion Indians, 1.3 billion people in India. That's a phone call. Meanwhile, there are tributes going on in the House of Lords as well, bishops and so on. And the Speaker has announced that tomorrow at 6 p.m. there's going to be a special service for parliamentarians in St Margaret's Church, Westminster, to which all MPs are being invited, Sir Lindsay Hoyle said.
John, thank you very much. Well, joining me now is the former England cricketer, former England captain, Lord Botham, Ian Botham. Thank you very much for being with us, Ian. And I know you met the Queen on a number of occasions, and she was very close to your heart.
Not just my heart, I think everybody. The way people reacted, for me, Mark says that she'll be sadly missed, and she's quite a remarkable lady. She speaks from the heart, or did speak from the heart, I should say. But I think she just set the tone, set the standards. Whenever there was something catastrophic going on in the world, she always came up with the perfect speech to rally the people accordingly. She's a remarkable woman. And the thing with it all is that when we heard the news that she was under strict medical observation and that the members of the royal family were flying up to Aberdeen, the worst thoughts go through your mind, and you sort of start to prepare yourself a little bit for it. But when you actually get the news, it still knocks you off the pedestal. And she's a remarkable woman, and I've got friends in Australia who've been ringing me all day, and over there, there's just every street corner's got pictures of our late Queen.
And Ian, I know you were knighted by the Queen. That must have been very special.
It was a great day, a celebration for the family, and Her Majesty was How she does it, I don't know. She had 99 people, I think, with investors that day. I bet she knew and talked. She did her homework or had someone nudging her perhaps, but she spoke and spent time to everybody. In itself is remarkable. I had 2 or 3 minutes with her, and those are 2 or 3 minutes that I'll treasure for a very long time, the rest of my life.
Absolutely. And you remember the conversation pretty clearly, I imagine.
The part I think that was most interesting from my point of view, and their sense of humour, and she was very quick. And when she said to me, after you've been knighted, then you stand up and they have a little conversation. And the Queen said to me, she said, "Well, Ian, you know I'm not overly fond of cricket, but do tell me about your charity work." So immediately that relaxed me, and it was just a great conversation.
She wasn't overly fond of cricket, but she did come to many games, I remember, at Lord's and other big test matches, didn't she?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think we all know that racing was probably her biggest love, horses. And I never asked her for a tip, but I'm sure I'd have been told, given one as well. But no, she just, her knowledge, her general knowledge of everybody that she was talking to, what they've achieved, what they've done, amazing. And I have to say, I think that King Charles will do a very good job because he's a magnificent leader. And not just leader, but guiding him through the last number of years, preparing him for what he's now undertaking. So I think we all hope that, we don't hope, I'm certain he will be absolutely magnificent and follow in his mother, the Queen's footsteps.
But, well, you're right. I mean, she is a very hard act to follow, isn't she?
Ridiculously hard, and but I think King Charles will. I think he's been waiting for this point. He knew it would come at some stage, maybe not quite as quickly as it did, but he will definitely. He will definitely, I believe, pick up the baton and run the course. It'd be fantastic, I think.
She was a great lover of the countryside, as you are.
Yeah. Countryside, the people of the countryside. It's amazing the amount of people that come. You're here living in North Yorkshire. The amount of people come and go, "Oh, look at that river's so pristine, and the moors look great, and the heather." And what those people remember is that doesn't just happen. And she was well aware of that, and very much enjoyed country sports.
And just on sport, Ian, the Test match is going ahead, but the Premier League decided to stop the football. Do you think it was right that cricket goes ahead?
To be honest with you, I think it's a tough one, because I think that someone that has ruled so well over this country for so many years, I personally wouldn't have wanted to play. I'd wanted 2 or 3 days just to reflect and think about all the wonderful things she's done. And the moments, those little moments, when Dennis Lilly asked her for an autograph, if you remember it, little things like that. You reflect on all that sort of stuff. And but yeah, I can also understand the thinking about people coming together with sport. It's a fine line, and I suppose really at the end of the day, you do what you think's best.
It's interesting you mentioned Dennis Lilly asking for an autograph. She said no at the time because she couldn't do it. Everybody would have wanted one. But then I gather Buckingham Palace did send him an autographed picture of him asking her for an autograph.
Yeah, correct. And I can tell you now, it's pride and place in his house in Perth, Western Australia.
Yeah, and